da 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 down da 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 da. What's up, folks? What's up, you bunch of African American haberdashers? Pretty prancers and African American haberdashers. How you doing? Woo! Who's in the building? Mr. G Smooth. We got ABM in the building. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. See. Coming on in. Come on, jump in. The water's fine, baby. The water's fine. Come on in. We need you. We want you. We got to have you. Yeah, we got the good shit. Come on in here, brother boy. The water's fine. Who's watching with us tonight? We're gonna have a good time. We're gonna have a good time, brother. Gonna have a good time. Gonna have a good damn time. Because I got some videos for all the hoes and gigolos. Oh, yes, yes, yes. We're gonna talk about protection and the cost of it, man. See, we're gonna play on other people's, sensibilities. Thank you for the 16 people that's joining. I'm waiting up for you and only you. I'm trying to give the best that I got. Give me that Anita Baker, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? Trying to give you that Anita Baker love. Hell, as long as you're viewing, at least the least you can do before you leave is put a like up there. Jesus. Oh, Lord, put a like up there. Who's in the chat? Let's get the chat rolling. We're going to talk to you about what? The cost of price. The prices of protection. See, this is what happens when you have those who don't even understand what we stand for. Because I could give you the chart right now. I can give you the chart right now. What's up? Henry Gardner, what's up, man? How you feeling? We here. You ready to learn, my brother? You ready to get one of the experts of protection, the security's point of view, and when it comes to protection and security? We're gonna have fun with it. We're gonna do some cigars with it. Yeah. Just waiting there for a few more people. We're gonna do a little bit of explaining. I'm not gonna just give you just my personal opinion, but I'm gonna give you factual, actual, real life shit. Okay? We're gonna go to a very recent incident as well, fellas and ladies. And when I show you this and I talk about protection, oh, 31, bless you guys. Bless you all. 35, bless you. When I talk about protection, I'm not talking about what if scenarios. I'm talking about the most likely. See, this is what they do. They play up my numbers, man. I went from 35 to 15. How the hell you explain that? I want everybody to be safe. Black, white, native, Hispanic, whatever. If you're American, you're American. If you're an immigrant who came here legally, I fucks with you too. But unfortunately, sometimes they're going to be very bad people, hell bent on doing very destructive things. And you, as an American citizen, has not only a right but a duty to protect yourself and others. Um, I don't know who you are. Can some of my moderators actually escort this guy out? And if I need a few more moderators, I'm gonna add you as a moderator to do so. Because we'll be talking about serious stuff. I don't bother anybody and I don't want them to bother me. About serious stuff. I don't bother anybody. So, you know, I need a good old fashioned couple of moderators, you know. I need you to give them a couple of Ubers out. Need you to show them the door. We don't play that. Don't forget to hit the like button, please. You know, if you see somebody doing some crazy shit like that, please escort them. You know, this little crazy shit here, you know, this crazy stuff, I don't know what the hell it is. You trying to troll, get them out. And if somebody wants to challenge me, we got the 5-minute rule. You got 5 minutes to come on the panel because everybody gets to be heard if they got something intelligent to say, because I'm not above critique and I'm not above learning something new. We're multifaceted men and women of my channel. So when I'm trying to teach the knowledge that I've accumulated through the years or decades, actually decades, let's be real with this shit. We're going to talk about this shit because guess what? You may not take a job in law enforcement, armed security, but you should know how to secure you and your family properly. I'm gonna put you in the right direction. Unless I can physically teach you, I'm gonna put you in the right direction. So if these clowns want to troll, and have you ever noticed that when I invite trolls to come up and speak for themselves, nobody wants to come up because they want to detract from the meaning of what's being said. What's up, Mike? Hey, B. What's up, Henry? With his new, you look good in that blue moderator. What's up, Mike? It's some stupid motherfucker. He on the vertical or cell phone version. So I don't appreciate that shit. Just like y'all heard me on the live streams in the past where I got a Diamondback DB15 5.56 NATO pistol, AR pistol. So what is it? The 8-inch barrel. That's one of my book bag guns. The next book bag gun I'm gonna try to get is gonna be what? A Shockwave, where I can use mini shells. Yeah, you know it's some type of incel in here. See, the men who follow my page or my channel, either two things: they get women, or they leave them the fuck alone because they're on their mission. Or if you're in the third column, you know how to manage both. See, have you noticed that some of the people who frequent my channel are married or in long term relationships? Or if they're not messing with anybody, they're on their journey. So why fuck with me? See, this used to be the conversation at the pool hall, at the cigar lounge, at the barber shop. You know, that place where some of these incels actually don't frequent. You know why they didn't frequent? Because a fucking punch in the face, 5 across their lip, as Fred G. Sanford would say, would soon to come to their fucking being. But this is the part. And if y'all didn't notice, I had 35 people watching live, and then I went to 15. Something YouTube has in plan has fucked up my viewership. So please share, please subscribe if you're not subscribed. Share, and sometimes you might have to resubscribe. Okay, you might have to unsubscribe to me, then resubscribe, and make sure you have the bell. Salute, Commander. I don't know if I get much news up there, but here in Fort Worth, we had a rash of shootings in the last 10 to 14 days, i.e., gang and road rage. You know, I was just on the phone with my boy, Josh. He's doing Uber right now, so Josh is doing cool. And congratulations to the new state job, Josh. And he's from New York, so he knows there's a lot of people with mental illness. And this is the thing that, you know, you could be boys with somebody, friends and brothers with somebody, and may not see the same thing or have the same mindset or point of view, which is okay. Iron sharpens iron. He thinks there's a lot of mental illness, which is true. I agree with him. And I think that, you know, when people are allowed to carry, you're allowed to check the people who actually do some type of damage to the world or try to, you know, do something heinous. It's your job as a citizen to do something about it. You be prepared because you may have to save your life, your family member's life, a random kid, a random man, a random woman. And see, what happens is this: when we don't put ourselves into a state of defense, we make ourselves victims automatically. If we don't actually train ourselves up, have the right gear, have the right tools, have the right mindset, no matter how much peace we live in, there's always some vagabond, some type of rogue, some type of ne'er-do-well who's going to cause chaos and destruction. And I, for one, who've been in the protective field since 1999, almost 3 decades, okay? I'm not new to this, I'm true to this. If you don't put yourself and your family in a winning state of mind with the equipment, with the training, with the mindset, if you fail to plan, then you plan to fail. Simple as that. And right now, we're at a point where you don't know where the next actor shooter comes from. But 9 times out of 10, you can almost predict it because they're going to be in the gun-free zones. They're going to be at your shopping malls. They're going to be at your grocery stores. They're going to be at your schools, especially your religious parochial schools. What's up, Mr. Donnie Mac? How do we know this? We've actually studied the phenomenon for the last 30 years. I showed you, Uvalde. How do you have all that firepower, but one motherfucker pin you down? You're talking to a combat vet who went to Fallujah with his QRF team, and we had to rescue Marines, hook up their armored vehicle to another armored vehicle, and get them out of there while we were under gunfire. Sniper, I was a 50 cal gunner on that QRF team. Sniper round came a foot away from my face. You could go check my credentials. If you want my credentials, I will gladly email these motherfuckers to you. I'd rather lie for you than lie to you. I've been thrown to the pack, thrown to the wolves, and came back leading the goddamn pack. There's many of people who listen to me, and you don't know that I've actually worked with them. There's many of you who secretly watch me, and you're waiting to see if this guy is real or is he just a phony. I haven't been called out yet for why. Thank you for the respect, all of you. So when I make very serious content, there's times we can laugh, joke, talk our shit. But when I talk about the price of security and I get fucking trolls like this, that irks my living soul. Because what you're doing is you're detracting from what fucking honest men and women who really want to learn something from the Black Manosphere space instead of just fucking Keisha politics. Okay? I've trained young Black men in firearms and security tactics. I've given jobs to young Black men where they were protecting high value people who work for Marvel, work for Star Wars, work for Disney. Don't question what the fuck I do. Ask yourself, what have you done? Does it even equal me? Because we know goddamn well it doesn't surpass me. This is the fatal flaw that so many people misconstrue. To many people, I treat everybody with respect, but even if you're not my equal. But let's get it straight. Don't fuck with me like I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I put in just as much work as a Dr. Tiasan Johnson, as a Dr. Ron O'Neill, as a Dr. Anwar Dunbar in my chosen professions. And I give them men the utmost respect in theirs. Please give me the utmost respect in mine. And those men actually do. And of course, the faithful few in my ilk. I respect a lot of men in their profession. But I'm the only person who has a profession where everybody tells you what you did wrong, what you don't know. But there's many things I found out in my years of protecting folks that I give a damn more than what the fuck those people say. What's up, Chase? I'm up now. They got me fiery today. What's up, Chance? I'm up today. What's up, Big Mo? I've actually broken down what so-called intellectuals gotten wrong. Y'all seen it when FD Signifier said we should disband the police, and how many times did I stop the video just to fucking prove him wrong? Go back and check that video and see what I said was incorrect. You can't. I know my shit. Proud to know my shit. Even to the price of whatever iniquity it may cost me. Proud of my shit. Hopefully I can go out, I can reach out to young men and women and teach them the things that I was not always privy to. What I was not always the greatest. Okay? If there's someone who knows more, I'm all ears. I am all goddamn ears. I have no ego. Henry said, if you haven't already, you should connect with Brother Shabazz, LIM, of Pan African Grappling. They on Facebook. They also do protective work. I'm happy to make the introduction. Oh, trust me. That's my Facebook, and the ticker, that's my Facebook name. And, hit me up. Let's do it. I like to do a sit down with them. I'll probably go to the gym if possible and grapple with them and show what I know and they show me what they know. It's not the first time. I had a brother, we met in 10th grade in English class. He was years later, he was a brown belt in jiu-jitsu. And we each one teach one. I actually did a seminar for takedowns and throws for jiu-jitsu guys. And he was teaching me finishing holds. And I taught him a little bit of catch wrestling that I learned from my coach. And it was a beautiful thing because brothers helping brothers. And that's what we're all about. Guess what? I think that intelligence is a puzzle. You got a piece, I got a piece. Let's see if they connect. And they usually does. I think that there's too many egos. The reason why it's very hard for me to get an ego is because I've been exposed to the combat arts very early in life. Why? Because I've learned very early in life that guess what? When I went to that wrestling room at Lake Clifton Eastern High School and Larry O'Neal Brown Sr. was my coach, you left your ego at the door and whatever other body parts you wanted to keep. Many people be like, huh? That's that warrior spirit, okay? That's what made you a warrior. A lot of people don't understand the warrior code. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Trust me, Henry, if you can make the connection, right there in the ticker, Charles L. Faulkner Jr., that's my Facebook, and that's also my Facebook Messenger. Hey, make the connection. We'll introduce the brother, do an interview, and we'll see what we can do after that. I love anybody who does grappling, striking. I've been involved in, my father's a 3rd-degree black belt in Shorin karate. That tells you how my grandfather boxed. That tells you how long. Big Mo said if you disband the police force, we always say department, something else with the same exact function will take place. Didn't I say that? Look at the headlights when they had the shields around the cities in ancient Greece. Look at it's always gonna happen. Nice. It's always gonna happen. Guess what? The art of protection has been the same for over millions of years. There's going to be either a group or something that's big and bad enough to keep the predators away. Why do you think mama bears are so protective of their cubs? Because they know that male bear is trying to either mate with them or they're hungry, and that cub looks like an easy meal. Why does that lion, black lion, has the biggest job in the animal kingdom? Because he knows if he loses that fight, his kids are dead. It's the same reason in the human world when you have a father involved heavily, whether if he's in the house or heavily involved, the chance of sexual or predatory child abuse goes down. Why? Because there's a man you answer to. No woman is a true threat, not in the way a man is. You can be threatening because nobody wants to hear your voice, but when it comes down to bust a grape, you ain't busting them. Not like a man would. And then what happens? You're going to end up calling men to do violence on your behalf anyway. Haven't we researched this, Black Manosphere? So, without further ado, let's see if we can share this screen. My Facebook. Oh, man. It's my Dougie. Let me see. See if we can get to this. All right. Where's it at? I'll let it play one more time for you, folks. Where's it at? Look at POTUS. Okay. Give me your POTUS. Send me a message and let me know who you are, because I don't know everybody who's trying to add me, but just send me a message and I'll check the message. Okay. It's kind of funny how a guy named Sully, why is it fake? Why is it fake? Can we get to, do me a favor, Sully? Can I get to my statement first before we say just fake? Oh man, I got your thing, Mo. So I'm gonna add you. Let me get to my statement first, bro. Let me get to my statement first, bro. All right. Damn, I know we excited. I'm not gonna get you out of there. Don't stop him, because he might actually have some valid stuff. We're gonna test you out first. But let me get to my stuff first. I believe they got to him quickly, especially when it came to to POTUS and the POTUS. But notice what you don't see comparatively to the assassination attempt when the white boy was on the rooftop of that, and he didn't, the sniper from on top of the shed. Notice what you don't see. You don't see small females around, do you? Yeah, apparently, Mike. You know that's why I love you, moderators. I give y'all that for a reason, to show appreciation to you supporting the streams, and also to protect the streams, because you know people will try to say some inflammatory shit, so we got to protect our space. You know, I mean, if Sully wants to put out there why is it fake, I would love to hear why, but can I get my statement out first before you yell it's fake? Because it's not like America or nor any hit of state ever had an attempt on their life in history. I mean, the word assassin comes from the followers of Hassan, followers of Assassin. It's not like how, if you date it back, it's not like the word assassin doesn't go back 1,000 to 1,200 years. The followers of Hassan. Once again, y'all, you know, guys like you forget who you're talking to. A person who researched shit. But once again, it's always some motherfucker trying to ice skate uphill. Thank you, Blade. Just give me a moment. If you want to yell at fake, give me a read. If you're gonna say fake, just say why is it fake, not just fake, please. We're gonna view the video again. I think they were a little slow to POTUS, but then again, we're gonna watch it together. If you point out something, they might have been, you know, a lot faster. All right. Where's it at? I think they were. All right. Shout out to Tamir, Israeli. You know, shout out to Israeli Tactical. I've talked to him many a times. I one day soon in the near future want to plan to go to Florida to train with him, get certified in a few things with his Israeli Tactical. You know, give him a follow, give him a like. You know, he said in his, because he was part of, you know, some of the special operations in Israel. He said fairly good evac, no panic, just doing it up to the pace that I would expect. Enough manpower, good assignment agents, good assigning agents to principals. I would like to see more pistols off the holsters and more eyeballs looking to second wave. But overall, 9 out of 10 here. And we're gonna go back for a second, right? What caused all this commotion? What caused all this? I want y'all to keep watching, man. Keep watching. That's why sometimes I believe in the football strategy. Block up all the running holes. A little bit of lackadaisical. Wasn't expecting anything. You know, they had their people, they're taking down stuff. I get it. Look at that guy. He should have been shot. But I guess I know why, because you didn't have a clear field. You didn't want any fratricide, friendly fire. Thank you very much. Much blessings. Assalamu alaikum to the brother. And if anybody else is Muslim, assalamu alaikum. If you're Christian, greetings. If you're Jewish or Hebrew, shalom. And if you don't have a religion, what it do? What's up? Once again, I want you to follow what's happening. People say, why wasn't he shot? Because you had a clear view here, crossfire. Okay. You know, we're going to pause it here. Samir, he said, okay, we need to talk about more training. Come to my office first thing in the morning. Of course, this is like about a week ago. Preventive tactics, active shooter intercept, locking the door, position barrier in case of runner. So you want to get in, believe it will happen to you. Teamwork, live fire, and distinguishing between enemy, peer, and non combatant. Aggression, aggression. The attacker in the video can teach it. Determination. The attacker in the video can teach it. Now, I want to play this one more time. One more time. Okay. Let's see how much further, how much clearing space right here the attacker got. What did I always say? When you give up space, the enemy gets what? Emboldened. Because once he had this clear view, even if you see this table here, it might have been pushed, but guess what? This guy here, and I don't like to critique people in very dangerous, hostile situations because we all could fail or be lacking because it could happen so quick. But this is good for a teaching standpoint. This space right here, if somebody wants to attack, the littlest space gives the biggest opportunities. Can somebody put that in the chat, please? The littlest space gives the biggest opportunities. It's like if you look at a good defensive boxer, like a Mayweather, like a Pernell Whitaker. What's the guy's name who went to heavyweight? Give me a second. Sorry about that, James Tony. Trying to keep the brain going. What's up, Loss? The littlest of spaces gives the greatest of opportunities. Yes, it does. How you doing, brother? Assalamu alaikum. If you're Muslim, greetings. If you're Christian, shalom. If you're Jewish, what it do and how you doing? What it is, if you're non-denominational or atheist. I like to tell people, we're going to go back to the video. Watch this little space, even though you have all these Secret Service, uniform and plain clothes units. Watch. This space here becomes it's tiny if you think about it. Watch. Bam! See how much chaos this little space invited. Now, I'm happy that everybody had their weapons out. Watch up there. The guy walked in. Here's lesson number 2. You got to think like a bully. A bully is always going to take opportunistic steps, habitual line steppers. That's how active shooters are. That's how robbers are. If they think they got an advantage, they're going to take it. They're the wolves of the night. Okay? They're going to take advantage of any small opportunity. Was that not a small opportunity? Even if you had a female right there, a female agent right there, right here. Even if she had her hand on her hip, that would have messed up the OODA loop of the assailant. Watch very carefully. I wish I could slow this down. Maybe I need to download this. They're busy. You have 2 agents here, busy. 2 talking here. This is cordial. Watch. Bam. Look at all this space he covers. And I want to point out something. How many people could have been shot right here? Once again, I don't like to criticize my brothers in blue, but we're doing the learning lessons. There may be some things I might be on film where they could critique me. If what I did wrong and that critique saves another officer's life or civilian's life, may it so happen. So look at this area. He has a rifle. He could do damage right now. He's going to die. But look how much damage he could do because nobody sees him. The awareness. The awareness is down. Watch. Bam. Look how much ground he covers. Look at the reaction. Bam. 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 Look at the reaction speed. That's a good question. Greetings, brother. Oh, we gotta everybody give brother Shabazz the greeting. First time here. We gotta give him the old school woo greeting. He's pretty fast. What's up, Andre? What's up, babe? Well, I'm going to tell you why. If you're not used to doing law enforcement, armed security, executive protection, or high risk protection, even then, things go really bad really quickly. Perception is everything. That's rule number 2. Somebody put that. Who's going to be described tonight? Henry, you're voted described. Perception is everything. Okay? Perception is everything. The reason why perception is everything is simple. Because if that perception is not seen, then you don't know what threat is there. Just like if you're perceived to look like a non-threat, you're going to be taken advantage of. If we're going to go back to the scene right here. This area, the littlest of spaces make the greatest of opportunities for the bad guys and sometimes good guys. Notice she had a clear shot at him, but what did we have? Friendly fire. Friendly fire. What if she was up here? Dude wouldn't have had a chance. It would have messed up his plans in OODA loop. See the people falling down right there. Right here, that little space. They're getting cover or ducking down because there's no cover here. And it's not critiquing people on a bad synopsis. It's the fact that, guess what? What happens when the action comes so quick? You can only train but so much. That's why your training has to be consistent and ongoing. Nothing wrong with criticizing people and wrong or who could have handled the situation better. That's the part of the reason people don't trust the police. The people who don't trust the police is because people have a misconception of authority. Yes, there's some parts of racism in it. Yes, I will tell you that because we keep it real. But a lot of people hate authority, especially in liberalized countries. Why? Because you think that you can have the right to do what you want in civilized society. And the only way we keep it civilized is somebody telling them, no, you cannot violate somebody else's rights because you think you have the right to do something. It's the parent effect. You're mad at your parents because they don't allow you to eat ice cream at 5 years old every fucking day when ice cream does not have any nutritional value for you to grow properly. And it's going to give you all kinds of stomach aches and all kinds of things if you eat it consistently. It's the same thing of telling the people, why can't I go? Why can't I go steal somebody's stuff? You only mess up with me because of this. Why can't I sell drugs to my community? Because usually it's a danger to community. And after you get the drugs, you get the money, you get the violence. And the people who usually get punished with the violence is not usually you, it's the citizens who have nothing to do or involved in it. That's why. There's always many parts. If anybody wants to come on, you got to think about it. When you have politicians excusing criminality, do I think weed should be legal? Yes and no. Because when I was doing my due diligence as a patrol officer, you wanted me to lock up said black boys, but you didn't want to give said black boys rehabilitation. Why didn't they get the first lick in sponsorships on selling, said marijuana in your medicinal and smoke shops? But yet said white boy can come into the neighborhood who's already a middle class earning person and become a millionaire overnight. But those said boys that you told me to arrest, you want me to keep your recidivist rate up in said prison. So I would say no, unless you want to really create rehabilitation and give them opportunities to be entrepreneurs and pillars of the community who give back to those who are old enough and responsible enough to said marijuana, and actually teach classes that there's better ways of that. Speaking of which, instead of trying to sell marijuana, why don't you have those said boys who you wanted me to lock up 20 years ago? Why not have them become entrepreneurs and paying their debts, such as scholarships towards agriculture, scholarships towards, you know, urban development? Why not have them speak about that? Because if you're not going to do that for the black community, who you said caused so much crime, which I could vehemently disprove, and have done so on my show, Bay Show, Dr. T Show, BGS Show, and others. Because if you look at the crime stats correctly, how the hell can we cause so many of the homicides when White people cause so many other crimes that we don't count. But that's another show that we're going to get to, folks. Don't worry. And don't worry, we're going to open up this panel very soon. The reason why I said the price of security, because this is the everyday man life, even everyday mother. Thank you, babe. It doesn't take much, does it? So, when you look at this video, it's no difference if you're teaching self-defense, no difference if you're teaching any class where you have to be on the offensive. You have to look the part to believe the part. I remember when I was in field training, because guess what? Why do you need to go to field training as an officer? Because guess what? A surgeon has to cut open a body before you. The Sanhedrin says he's a surgeon. He's got to cut open a cadaver. And one of my field training officers said, "Why did you move closer?" Because there was a gap where he can run. So I didn't want him to run and make this a bigger situation. And they have a book where they say your nays, your goes, or no goes. And he was like, dude, he said, just for you having that wherewithal, he's like, dude, you're good with me. He says that common sense, being aware of your surroundings, he said, you're good with me. He said, that will save your life. That will save your partner's life. Just moving in where the guy couldn't run. Because guess what? The guy might run, but you don't know if he has a weapon stashed. The guy might run. He might throw the evidence he had on him. You never know. Yes, we forgot in America, if somebody does something that's criminal, it's legal, and the accountability is racist. I was speaking about the blue wall of silence and the fact that internal investigations are done by other officers. Here's the question: how much investigation does the average citizen have? And is the internal investigation, depending on how heinous or how bad the infraction is, you do have other entities like the state's attorney, like the medical examiner, like the sheriff department, which is a elected official. Sheriffs are elected. Police chiefs and commissioners are appointed, like the state police and other entities, the FBI and other entities governing to see if this was legal. The what do we call this place? The Department of Justice. We forget about these entities, right? So when we look at criminality, it's not what you see, it's what everybody investigating sees. So you got to think about it. See, this is the problem. You can't be an asshole, because if a guy came up to you and robbed you for your shit and he had a gun to your head or a knife to your throat, would you be an asshole? No, you wouldn't. Most cops, you got to think about it. They're not just dealing with you when they're pulled over. They got to deal with their own shit. But guess what? They put their own shit on the bottom, on the back burner. I'm not saying every cop's perfect, but it's like you. We just what? Just like I got to give you grace, you got to give them grace. Look at that. You get it. They have official degrees in growing cannabis. Yes, exactly. I got arrested for growing weed, but that taught me how to grow fruits, vegetables as well. Yes, it's all agriculture. Why not get business degrees? Why not give these kids observation, key terrain, features, and awareness? Thank you, LAPD SWAT. LAPD SWAT been following me for years now. LAPD SWAT. Am I a phony or do I know what the hell I'm talking about? Body cams has exposed black people to their own degeneracy. Yes, it has. Yes, god damn it, it has. Indians can grow and sell weed in gas stations. Exactly. So why can't blacks? Why can't blacks? That's my thing. I'm gonna be my people may get on my goddamn nerves. I may have a complaint about Keisha, but ain't no white man, no Asian man, no Arabic man, no Native man can talk about Keisha in front of me because that's a family problem. That ain't no outsider's problem. Fuck all that. What's up, Ray? Damn, you live. I was just watching your Street Fighter match. I was going in, wasn't I? Oh yeah, don't forget to watch my videos as well when I'm playing video games. Earlier today, I dropped 70 on the motherfuckers on Call of Duty. Shit, I was on one. 70 and 34, I was on one. Oh, watch me play as my boy Sagat when I'm challenging people in the platinum division and holding my own. Don't be mad if I come to your town in the tournaments and I'm running some shit. Application fees are $2K and $10K in Maryland for legal marijuana to sell. And think about this, right? Do you know how many people that we could have gave applications to, scholarships to, who coming out of jail, paid their debt to society? We could have made them entrepreneurs. Somebody we can have a tax base now and actually formulate something that make goddamn sense. It's sad, isn't it? They be selling out of the corner stores, yeah. Especially if you're in the Baltimore area, man. There's smoke shops are more prevalent than liquor stores now. I don't smoke weed. I smoke cigars and I drink liquor, but at the same time, I I think we need quality control because if other races of people have control over stuff, I don't know what they're doing with it. I'm just saying, why can't we have quality? I'm a victim of liquor. Quality control. I'd rather trust a dude who was selling weight and knows a quality product than somebody who doesn't know what the fuck they're doing in the first place. But there's many a times that I could go on my LinkedIn right now and we're looking at the price of security. Do you think that price that was about to be paid was going to be significant? I think it was. And this is the reason why I tell a lot of women, when you paying that price, I'm not having your sons and your daughters with their fathers. You're going to pay a price of introducing men who have no vested interest into those children into very dangerous situations. If that father was about his shit, or excuse me, for those of you who don't like cursing, because we do a fair amount of it here, but we're also intellectuals. So if he's on his sugar honey iced tea and he's with those kids, teaching them and mentoring them and nurturing them, did you know that a single mother households, you have a 5 times more frequency of exposing your children to child abuse and sexual child abuse? But if we say that loud part open, people get upset with me. Look at that. That's somebody running into the White House, okay? The White House. What's up, babe?
Hi.
Greetings. How you doing? Will you be
my neighbor? Oh, no. You know what? This is exactly why Trump is building the ballroom. I mean, not exactly, but if the White House had its own ballroom, which it should have had a couple of decades ago, none of this would have happened. He wouldn't even been walking around because this happened at a hotel.
At a hotel. I'm sorry, not the White House, but the hotel.
Yeah, this happened at a hotel.
It would have been different if it was the White House.
Yeah, because none of this would have happened. Those Social Security, those Secret Service officers, they could have been chilling, relaxing, and not have to worry about being on guard 24/7. But you would think, let me get this out the way. You would think that this is the president, okay? Everybody in that hotel that was staying, that checked in, that was staying past whenever that correspondence dinner was there, they would have been screened. All of their luggage would have been screened. The president is supposed, the U.S. president is supposed to be one of the most protected people on the planet.
A president dying can change the course of history, can change the course of democracy, can change the course of also policies around the planet. So I'm in agreement with you.
Yeah, I was. That's a failure. But you know what? I said a couple months right back when they decided not to fund DHS, and then after it extended past 2 weeks, what Trump should have done, he should have folded DHS into ICE, because ICE already got their money. He should have folded them into that department.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, now they're getting their money, but because now Democrats realize that, you might be a target too, because they've been getting, let's not lie, they've been getting threats. They've been getting death threats online.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody has physically acted on it. But now that they see just how vulnerable they are, they said, you know what? Yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and pass this and get DHS their money.
And the cruel part about it is that, a lot of people don't even understand how vulnerable you are, like you said, and how much these people aren't playing. You got some people who are not in the right state of mind. Protection is one of the most brutal things that we can come up with. That guess what? I had people who tell me who were in the protection game, who don't understand the protection game. And what I tell people is like, look, none of us are perfect. None of us are going to be perfect. But to tell me that we don't need to step it up, and this is regardless of whoever's in charge, who the fuck's ever got your camera on ABM. Oh, let me get this one. And it doesn't matter your political ideological, class or association. When you have a president die, okay, or attempt to be murdered, which is assassination, things are not right in your society. Would you agree?
Yeah. And I'm gonna be honest. If you do something to Trump and it sparks because right now the civil war is political and financial, all right, between capitalism and communism. If Trump was assassinated, I'm gonna tell you right now, those red conservatives are just going to say, you know what, screw it. There is no more law and order. You've been picking at them. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not on your side, Democrats. And I hope people understand this, that as Democrats, you are outnumbered by 3/4 of the country. 3/4 of the country outnumber you. This is why you see yourself losing all of these congressional seats and everything, and teachers being fired and whatnot. You're outnumbered. Don't be mistaken. Not everybody black or Hispanic or Asian or white is on your side.
No. If anything, some of them are secret agents coming to disrupt the nature of the American system as itself from within. What did I always tell you? Military science dictate. If you don't command the land, the sea, and the air, you must take it over from within. And what have you seen the East Asian do in the last 4 or 5 years? This is the first time an East Asian is the mayor of New York. You had a vice president who was East Indian,
Are you talking about Mondani?
Mandani.
Oh, you see, do you see how horribly it's not even 7 months in, and they're already failing horribly.
And now he's trying to make open carry in New York. Interesting.
With New York have some of the strictest gun laws in America.
Yeah, if not the strictest.
Yeah.
Then you have the vice president married to an East Indian. You have the head of the FBI East Indian. I have never seen a demographic make such some of your
best leeway,
make leeway, and also diplomats to Africa are East Indian. So
can I explain it?
I've never seen a demographic make such leeway and headway in less than 5 years than this demographic itself. And guess who's the richest Americans? And guess who's the richest people in America right now? Go ahead, Bay, because I know you're going to kill it.
Well, of course, it's the Asians and the Indians. It's the Far East that are the richest Americans. It doesn't matter doesn't matter what Asian sect that they come from. It's the Asians and the Indians. They are the richest sects, SECTS, in America by far. And the funny part about it is that a lot of them make their money off of you, black person, while you're at the very bottom of every demographic, important demographic in America. You're at the very bottom. You're at the very bottom. Meanwhile, the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant that you spend so much time crying about, they're ranked at in the middle. They're ranked in the middle.
They're not even doing as well for a country that was made for them.
Exactly. But you worried about white folks. But you're not. But you think that you're gonna make a better. You think you're gonna make a better slave under Islamist, communist, or cartel rule. At any rate, I'm sorry. What were we talking about?
Oh, you're on the roll. Don't worry. You're on the roll. Don't worry.
No. What was the main focus? I'm sorry.
It's the price of protection, and you're talking about it. The price of a lot of this shit.
Whoa, why? Okay, why are the Indians and whatnot? Why? I know, in honesty, you know why the Indians and the Indians, Asians, Islamists, and Jews, and now Hispanics are doing better than you because they're not self-victimizing. They're not politically ignorant like black people are. They're not financially ignorant like black people are. They get in here, y'all sitting up here crying about the Jews. I swear to God, when I hear black people talk about Jews, it almost sounds like jealousy. Why are they getting this? Why are they getting that? You know why? Because when they get into office, when they get elected and they get in office, they make sure that they get together and they form policies for their own people. When black people get in office, we get Jasmine Crockett. We get Hakeem Jeffries.
We get a bunch of coons and ratchets.
Right. We get we get people in office that do everything for everybody except for black folks. They do not put black people first. That's why I don't vote based on color. I definitely don't vote based on party, especially the party of the slave master. You sound so oh my God, I swear to God. This is why I stopped doing my channel, because I keep trying to tell black folks stop voting Democrat. I'm not saying vote Republican. I'm saying be independent. Was Malcolm X a Democrat or a Republican?
He was originally a Republican.
What? Name a substantial black leader that was a Democrat. Name one.
A substantial black leader of merit.
Yeah, that was a Democrat. Who name one?
And furthermore,
all the ones whose dick y'all like to suck on throughout February, name one.
Go ahead, ABM.
and furthermore, stop letting race be your end all be all to every fucking thing.
Thank you.
For example, and I always tell black people this shit. Everybody knew that Lyndon Johnson was a stone cold racist.
Yep.
It wasn't a secret. Everybody, I mean, he was from Texas, for crying out loud. But Lyndon Johnson passed the Civil Rights Act in 1965, correct?
Why?
But a Democrat passed a
Listen.
three strikes in you out.
Why did he pass it?
Fuck his reason. I mean, I'm gonna get to you in a second, babe. But because black people love to go there. Well, he only did that because fuck. Who fucking cares? Why?
Are we supposed to cheat now that the Voting Rights Act doesn't allow us to pack black people into a clearly insane gerrymandered district? Do you know how hard it is to run on our mentally retarded platform without cheating? It's impossible. So let's go back to why the Voting Rights Act passed in the first place and how Democrats abused the shit out of it. In the 1960s, Democrats dominated the South but didn't feel the need to hide their true form.
No mixing!
No sound?
They required literacy tests for black voters and dumbass white ones too.
I'm like you.
Hold on.
Because I cannot read.
So they passed the Voting Rights Act in 1965, and this Democrat hero said,
I'll have them voting Democrat for 200 years.
initially it worked as intended, and blacks could vote safely, while Democrats needed a new strategy.
Hey, y'all, I'm totally not racist now, and I actually love the blacks.
And that strategy was...
Can I finish my thought?
Actually, Republicans that were the super racist ones. Hey, shitbag.
I'm just saying I can't hear with all this. Let me finish my thought real quick.
Oh, y'all can hear that?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't hear it. Go ahead.
You know, I always tell black people, who gives a fuck the why? Those civil rights people back in the day, Martin Luther King and all the rest of them, they knew just like everybody else knew that Lyndon Johnson hated black people. Lyndon Johnson did what he did for his party. What the fuck ever. Black people understood that, hey, this guy is the fucking gatekeeper at the moment. We're going to have to deal with this man if you want to have fucking rights in this country, like it or not. Fast forward 60 years, you got black people out here still mad at Ice Cube because he had a fucking conversation with a guy who worked on the Trump campaign. Didn't even talk to Trump himself. Never once told you to go vote for Trump.
Oh, it's gotten worse, actually.
We're politically fucking stupid. And this is what Bay was talking about when he was talking about the Jews. I've said that before myself. Listen, y'all niggas hate Jews. Honestly, listen. They do what you're supposed to do for your fucking people. Hate it or love it. Why don't black people have the same mentality? Why don't black people have the same mentality?
Because we act like white people owe us something. They supposed to give it. If they don't give it, then we don't work for it.
You cry when everybody, and listen, it ain't just the fucking Jews. It's the Asians, it's Mexicans, it's Indians, it's Arabs, it's white folks. And then white people start breaking themselves down. Russians. You got pockets of this country that got huge Russian communities. It's pockets of this country that have huge Irish communities, huge Italian communities. You niggas talk a bunch of blackety shit, but you never follow through, and then you get mad at everybody else.
I can't get two niggas together to run an ice cream stand.
Can't get two niggas together to make sure 2 + 2 is 4. You know how fucking sad that is? I can tell you if you haven't finished your point, ABO.
No, I'm done. I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? Like, hey, it is what it is. Those civil rights people back then in the 60s understood that.
You know why? Because we had no choice but to have our own shit. But the second,
Thank you.
the second that the Civil Rights Act was passed, the first thing that happened was black women ran and black men, but majority black women took that money to white folks, and you saw the black community disappear within a year because the white man's ice was colder. Because
I've said it before. I've said it before. I'm gonna say it one more time, and I don't care who's mad. You had a Black Wall Street, because everybody loves to point to Black Wall Street as the pinnacle of black success in this country. Here's what you niggas never like to admit. You had a Black Wall Street because white folks made you have one. They didn't even want your fucking money. We had our own black banks. Of course you did, because they didn't want your fucking money. Didn't even want your damn money. Again, fast forward to the 21st century. Now, some black person will go in some white establishment somewhere, don't get treated right or whatever. What do? Pull their phone out, record, bitch and complain and cry about it. You think I'm going to fucking cry if a white man told me he don't want me in his fucking business? I'm glad you told me, motherfucker.
I don't want to spend my money here. Bye.
Exactly. Hold on for a minute, folks.
But you know what it is. Black people need their own. They need a slave master.
They need somebody to guide them. Roscoe said y'all still bitching about a 200-year-old grievance.
No, we're not. That's the whole point. That's what we're talking about.
Wait a minute, Roscoe. If you're white, guess what?
But he won't come up though. Why don't you come up and let's have the debate, Roscoe? But you won't though, right?
I'll drop everybody down. And guess what? If you're white or white adjacent, guess what? Y'all bitching about a 2,000-year grievance.
Listen, fuck all that, Charles. These are the same white folks that still bitching at the Iranians because the Iranians kicked them out of their country in 79.
Yeah,
y'all still mad at the fucking Iranians. So who the hell are you to point fingers? But again, come up and let's have the debate. But I know you won't though.
You said you blacker than me. How so? Because
you blacker than okay, come up.
Okay, that makes it even better.
Come up.
Because here's the thing.
Oh boy.
Again, did I not say earlier? A lot of people come up here don't know who the fuck they're speaking to.
Black
Because
how? Black or how? Skin color or mentality?
If you were
I see
truly
my
black,
graphic, don't you?
because if you were truly black, it would not be a grievance. It was a contract debt to society. Because every goddamn thing you got as an American was bestowed upon you by what? Black hands. So you owe us. We don't owe you.
Get your ass up here and let's have the debate, man. Let's have it. Let's go. But you won't though.
Well, you low IQ sub-Saharan, then you're not black, you idiot. Why would I waste you? Why would I waste time with a subhuman?
You see how they're scared? You see how you let me tell you white folks something.
My country
your country is crumbling.
Yeah.
None of you can afford houses anymore. You can't afford daycare anymore. And you don't know how to react to the shit. Your businesses are closing down. There's no more Walgreens. There's no more Walmarts. There's no more CVS's. Y'all don't know what to do now.
Wait a minute. My content sucks. So
why are you here?
Let's go and look at your content, right? Go with your page, right? Because you know technology works both ways. Okay. My content sucks.
Low IQ, but he's scared to come on the stage though.
Not like your mother and not like your wife. Well, then again, we know you don't have a woman.
What wife?
you don't have a girl.
In all honesty, you don't want somebody like that to come up because the first thing they're gonna do is just say a bunch of N-words and try to get.
Yeah, of course.
You know, remember AB? Remember that time that white boy came up he was hurling all them N words that back in
I
February.
still talk about that.
Yeah,
wait a
and then
minute.
I still talk about that
wait a
because
minute.
once
Wait
we
a
got
minute.
everything calmed down, come to find out that he had a black girlfriend who dumped him, and he was living in his
parents'
daddy's
basement.
house. You know what I'm saying? Just all sad and
Oh.
pathetic.
That's what I was getting at, babe.
He had no job. He
Babe,
life.
babe.
You only have. You're not even a good troll.
Pathetic.
Hey, babe, that's what I was getting at, babe. When I was talking about the economy, they don't have any clout no more.
Yeah.
You're not even
That white bitch that used to be under your thumb 50 years ago, they don't gotta listen to you no more. You can't put that white bitch in a house in the suburbs with the white picket fence no more. Why you think their baby numbers are dropping?
Exactly. First of all, I like to say something real quick for a minute. Number one, I'm a junior. That means I automatically know who my father is. But I know your father is. I know who your father is. It's probably your uncle. But anyway, let's talk about you. First of all, a troll didn't take over my channel. We just like you ignorant motherfuckers. You know why? Because you're probably in the middle of your drawers eating a bunch of non-brand cereal, probably in the middle of their parents' basement because you never made anything. I reported you. Report your damn self.
Reported for what?
Because you can't report myself. I reported your racist channel. What did I say about racism? Because I could go back.
What did you say about white people? Wait a minute. What did you
say? Oh, so there is racism now. Oh, but wait a minute. I thought we were wrong for having a grievance. That's what he say, 200 years old.
But yet, grievances. You're having. Trust me. I just reported you for harassment. Now, here's the thing that you should remember. It works both ways. Let's talk about find my dad. Let's find your dad, you redhead stepchild.
Oh my God.
Let's talk about find your mother. You know, the one who had to suck dick to go get you into school because you were retarded.
Let me touch on that real quick. Let me touch on that real quick. Find your dad. That talking point is played out, bro.
Yeah.
Just because you're not legally married to somebody doesn't mean you can't live with them for 25 fucking years.
Yep.
My parents divorced.
See, because white folks like you,
my father's in this bedroom right now.
Because white people like you, the only thing you know about black people is Fox News.
Yeah. Or
and this is why your women get on this very platform and talk shit about you. White women call you incels for shit like this. You could be somewhere making a baby with a white woman to help your low birth rates, but this is what you're doing.
But they can't because 50% of white men are sterile. That's not my science. That's the CDC. And here's the sad part. You say you're blacker than us. There's no black man that would say that. Because if you were black, you wouldn't hide behind a 2-subscriber bullshit account.
Mm-hmm.
Then on top of that, let's talk about find your dad. Oh, so if you're talking to us, find your dad. You're right, Mike. The vertical stream always bring the weirdos. You got to understand something. It's 12:07 Eastern Standard Time, and this is the best you can get.
Damn, it's that late?
This is the sad part. I rescued people in Fallujah.
Because that late.
You think I'm going to sully myself to a troll who's probably fat, who's probably a virgin at 45, who's probably never committed to anything in his life except YouTube? Like, you got to understand something. I've done shit that you read in comic books about. Okay? Why would I sully myself to an issue like my content sucks? Why are you here?
He's one of those white dudes that be on those platforms asking random white women, have they ever fucked a black guy?
But guess what?
You're a
You're
money
here.
yard.
Let me ask you your question, right?
And again, that's why white women don't fuck with you now.
Are you here because your ex-girlfriend got ran through by the football team of all black guys? Are you here because your wife left you for a black guy? Now, I'll leave you with this before my moderators actually time you out to infinity.
Or are you a cutthroat?
I'll leave you with this acknowledgement.
Uh-oh. Hello.
If you tell us as black men to leave our country and to find our fathers, yes, we'll do it. And we'll take all the 85% of the inventions we created from our black ass hands and minds with us, which will only leave you with the only thing you actually invented, which was the patent office to steal other people's shit.
He's a black retard. I'm reading these comments now. He said, I'm a retarded inbred. I'm a black retard.
We understand. So
Man,
here's
bro,
the
don't talk
question.
about yourself like that.
Moderators, please get this guy. Don't even give him an Uber. Give him the old school 1920s Harlem Nights. Throw this bum out in the alley. Don't even put him
Send
out
him to the
front.
methadone clinic where he
Boot
belongs.
gang.
That's boot game. We're gonna call it boot game. Put him out on his ass. Boot game. We don't see. You got guys like ABM, Bay, and AB. Guys,
Wait,
of
I don't see
intelligence.
it on the. I gotta go to the phone stream because I don't do the phone stream. Hold on.
Get this troll the fuck out of here, please, moderators.
No, but I'm up so late because I'm sitting up here looking at houses.
Oh, something he can't do?
I spend Mother's Day eating seafood with my wife I've been with for 17 years.
There we go.
Legally married, by the way. Whole nine.
I've been taking care of my family, father, mother. We've been all interconnected for how long I was here? 44 years. Let me tell you something. Since I'm inbred, because number one, the best way to give your dad a circumcision, he had to kick his sister in the mouth.
No, Lord.
So
there you go.
Want to say that I'm racist? I'm not racist because anybody of any creed, any gender, any sexuality, any religion can come get it. See what I mean when you're an idiot trying to distract from what real shit is?
Yep.
I'm just with the shits tonight because I'm up. I'm not tired like I was the other two nights. I'm up. So if you want to get embarrassed because you're an embarrassment to your parents, that's why you don't put your ugly ass picture up there because your mother and father try to push you back in the womb when you were born. I'm here trying to educate brothers and sisters of the same ilk that I'm cut from about protection. But of course, you're not going to like that because you've never been a protector. You were always the victimized and you love that role. So, moderators, get this jackass off my channel.
No, get rid of him.
The thing is with these dudes is they see that America is changing and they see it's nothing they can do about it.
Yep.
Like, you have to understand the psychological damage that's happening to a lot of people like him right now, because you're constantly being told that you're so superior than everybody else, and then you go fucking with the Iranians, and the Iranians are smacking you around right now, and that hurts their feelings.
Where is this?
A lot of these cats then got put out of work because of AI. The average American doesn't have $500 in their bank account. What you think? That applies to everybody but white people? There's a lot of white folks in America that are struggling right now. Your healthcare premiums then went up. I know they have because mine have. A lot of people can't afford healthcare anymore. A lot of homeowners can't afford homeowners insurance. Half the homeowners in America can't afford homeowners insurance. You're going broke. And as a result of that, you don't have the same power over white women that you had in 1940. Nope. When you make 80,000 and she makes 67,000, that's not a big enough of a gap for you to have that power over her no more. She don't got to listen to you no fucking more.
fact, she's gonna choose what she always wanted. That black man.
Yeah. So she goes elsewhere for protection. And let's keep it all the way 100. You know the real reason why she's choosing. See, your white hoes are choosing now,
Size queens.
and y'all mad.
Size queen.
This is why you got white women all over TikTok making their videos talking about how weird it is that they meet some white guy and the first thing he asks them is, has she ever fucked with a black guy? Your own women are calling you out now for your weirdness. White women made up the word incel. That shit didn't come from black people.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they call you.
You know why? Because you too busy on the wrong platforms, fucking with the wrong dudes. And I'm gonna do you a favor, dude. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I don't date white women. You're lucky for that, because I'd have had them by the truckload by now. Now you're hitting.
There's nothing special. There's nothing special there.
I don't eat my chicken, without spices. Sorry.
There's I've been with enough white chicks to know that there's nothing special there. There really isn't.
When the economy gets tough, women are going to go with wherever the comfort and wherever the providing is.
And last time I checked, it's not them, because here it is. You stole a literal country from the natives, and now you're giving it back to everybody. You're losing to the people that 200 years ago, when you want to talk about a 200-year grievance, remember 200 years ago when you made an opioid crisis in China, and now they gave you fentanyl and say, payback's a bitch, motherfucker?
Yeah.
That's what's called.
I mean, that's a good point. I mean, again, this is what I'm saying. This is your system, pal. I don't know why you mad at everybody else.
How does the Chinese beat you at your own game?
This is the system you created, and you're losing at your own system. Black people didn't give you a Federal Reserve.
The Chinese beat you at your own fucking game.
Black people didn't. Black people didn't give you COVID. Black people didn't give you drag queen storytelling time.
By the way,
who you really mad at?
Let's talk about that.
The white female. Your white female.
The white female was the biggest, and the second biggest was the black female that supported LGBT politics, which distorted your politics and led a lot. And guess who's found out twerking in the middle of the parades, grooming kids? Do I need to play the video, folks?
Wait a minute. Who benefited from DEI?
White women. White liberal.
And guess what?
Again, who you mad at?
And guess what white women did? Throw it in your face and told you to kiss the ass.
Yeah.
We might have
punked out your sons. Punked out your sons and butched out your daughters.
White women used DEI to push you white men out of jobs. Again, who you really mad at? Black people didn't create DEI.
And didn't benefit from it.
Black people didn't ask for affirmative action. Show me anybody from the civil rights movement asking for affirmative action.
Speaking of which, Hakeem stupid ass Jeffries talking about the Trump administration did away with affirmative action. Nigga, no, he didn't. Biden did that right before he left. Y'all do know that, right?
Oh yeah.
Biden did that, and they didn't say they didn't utter not one fucking word. They didn't say not a peep about it.
Funny how we was the ones complaining when Trump gave all that money to the HBCUs. Not Hakeem Jeffries, not Jasmine Crockett. It was us. Because all you're doing is giving money to the boule. that fucks over black people.
That D9 bullshit, though. You're creating a bunch of Roland Martins.
So where was Hakeem Jeffries on that one?
Can we laugh at him saying Texas or whatever, somebody was gonna fuck around and find out concerning redistricting, only to find out that he fucked around and found out? You can't redistrict you can't gerrymander based on race, motherfucker. That's racist.
You know, the thing that the Constitution and other things, the Civil Rights Act, is strictly against. You know that thing? It works both ways.
Yeah.
People forget that shit.
Shit is hilarious. Sorry.
I wonder if some of these politicians really went to these fucking schools that they claim.
Somebody was saying that they should, in order to run for office, you should pass a civics test.
Because most of these motherfuckers don't know what the fuck
That was Vivek Ramaswamy, and I said something about that. There's no way that white people are allowing an Indian, the child of Indian immigrants, to come here and now tell you what should be what in your country. That's how you know white people done fell the fuck off.
Yeah.
You got a dude from Uganda, Islamist from Uganda, running New York.
This is your system. Your politicians sold your country out. And you don't know what else to do but get mad at black people because that's all you've ever been taught. And Vivek, as much as I don't like him, he had a point when he made that little soliloquy that time that pissed off all the white people about they need to do better. He was right.
Yeah.
Because
you white folks, honestly, you're not top of the food chain anymore in this country. Honestly, Asians beat you. Indians beat you.
Let's say it.
Arabs beat you. Sorry, that's just what it is.
Let's just say what it is, really. Most of y'all are more 8th Mile fucking Eminem than anything.
You know, we bitch about Democrats all the time, right? But let's keep it real. Red states like Oklahoma survive thanks to Democrat states like California.
Pretty much.
As much as we bitch about Democrats and liberals, people in Oklahoma would starve if it wasn't for California.
They wouldn't even have
supplements water. Oklahoma.
Most of those places wouldn't even have water.
Well, you see what's going on. You see a lot of those companies are packing their shit and moving to these red states. Y'all see that, right?
Yeah.
Because you got these you got these blue cities. They are, look, it's by design. You're trying to force communism to happen almost immediately overnight through taxation, theft, and crime allowance.
I mean, look at Maryland.
Maryland, Chicago, New York, California, where else? Michigan, Minnesota, Minnesota. What, Virginia? What they trying in Virginia? Oregon. You see, they trying to force it. They're trying to force communism in these states, if not the cities. And the only way you can do that immediately while you're in office as a mayor or governor, you have to destroy your tax base. And that's fucking pathetic that these people are going along with that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, look at Westmore. Westmore don't know his asshole from a fucking wrist lock. And you're telling me what he's doing, I know how to keep you safe. And then a shooting happens a couple of days after his visit in Park Heights.
That's by design. Notice they never show up for the victims, but yet they'll hop on a plane to go down to fucking El Salvador to visit a goddamn sex trafficker, human trafficker, gangbanger, that don't even speak English. Oh my God. Where's the Tylenol?
I mean, it's sickening on so many levels.
But you love them. I'm speaking in general, but you love them so much. They doing so much fucking for you. Nigga, really? You got bitches in Congress talking about some giving illegals reparations. Meanwhile, you look at them. Why do you always scream about reparations when a Republican president comes in office? You know why? Because you know the Democrats ain't gonna give you shit.
Biden told black people to go fuck themselves and get behind the Mexicans.
Yeah, you better learn.
Obama didn't even let Al Sharpton and them come in the fucking White House. Remember that?
Yeah.
When they was out there standing in the fucking snow and shit. Like, yo, I mean, bro, I don't understand how people put up with it. I don't.
Because black people are a special kind of stupid. Let's just face it. You're a special kind of stupid. You're the stupidest motherfuckers in the history of stupid motherfuckers when it comes to politics and economics. It's baffling to me. It's baffling. Couldn't wait to get back up under Massa's wing. That's why other groups come here and do better than you. It ain't got to do with their homeland. It's because they're financially literate and politically savvy. You just a fucking welfare recipient with a title.
And the thing about it is that damn, I forgot my thought. I forgot what I was going to say.
I'm gonna really.
Oh no, I remember now. The only thing I'm mad because I've said it. Trump is fucking up. I voted for him. I still don't regret my vote because as long as he pisses off black feminists and shit, I'm all good. It's still a win for me. But my only regret is that he's pissed this midterms away to the Democrats. That's my only fucking regret.
No, we didn't. I was telling Lewis this. I said by the time the midterms come, you won't have enough Democrats to fill the seats because of either indictments, which are now starting to come down the pike ever since he fired Pam Bondi. You see motherfuckers starting to get arrested and shit because of indictments, and now this whole Supreme Court on gerrymandering. They're losing seats like crazy just based on gerrymandering. Let alone what's about to happen to these members in Congress. They gonna bust when they throw the cuffs. They gonna indict Ilhan Omar before summer is out. They gonna start an investigation on AOC. You understand? Karen Bass is getting ready to lose her seat. You got a lot of Democrats that are going to be either indicted or they're going to lose their seats entirely because of this gerrymandering shit. You see what happened in Tennessee. Tennessee got a 9-0 Republicans win right there. You ain't going to be able to make that balance up. How you going? You trying to make that balance up through Virginia, but you can't make it up through Virginia because it's based on race, which is illegal. Same thing that happened down in New Orleans. New Orleans, the same Supreme Court said, no, you can't gerrymander based on race. That's illegal. They still haven't given their verdict nationally. Now you got Walmart, Timu Obama talking about him on a phone call, recorded phone call, talking about trying to do away with the whole Virginia Supreme Court in order to stack the deck in their favor to make it happen. No, nigga, that's illegal.
Well, they're gonna play dirty just like the Republicans play dirty. But I'll believe indictments when I see them. Because one thing about Republicans, they talk a big game but never follow through. I said just before the election, I wanted to see Trump go after Black Lives Matter, and they're not doing it.
Well, Black Lives Matter, that's so that to them that's petty shit. That's some shit that should have been handled, during the Biden administration, they not currently worried about
Biden wasn't going to do it though. That's the
Of
point.
course, right? Yeah, but he ain't worried about that. That's something that's on the back burner. You know what I'm saying? That's like
It's not even on the back burner. Nobody's talking about it no fucking more. Them
Right.
bitches got away with murder.
right. This back,
The
but
greatest fucking scam of all time.
you do see a couple of them motherfuckers did get indicted though. They wound up they are in court right now for stealing money.
Smaller people down on the food chain.
Right.
I wanted them 3 bitches to go down. Patrice Cullors, Alicia Garza, and that other broad.
Give it. You know what? This is what I say. Give it time. Give it time. They on the back burner. You got bigger fish to fry right now. They could give it time. They got bigger shit to be dealing with. But as far as like this whole gerrymandering shit and all that, I'm not worried. You literally see Democrats losing seats. We ain't even got to the midterms yet. It ain't even summer yet, and motherfuckers are losing seats by damn near by the dozens. They're not gonna be in power. They're gonna become a majority minority. It's gonna be over for them. They're gonna have to run. If they want to win seats, they're gonna have to win seats by winning elections based on their policies. Not because of race, not because of sex. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna have to win it by policy. It's gonna be free and fair elections the way it should have been. No more.
Trump is going to have to have this Iran shit wrapped up soon, and the gas prices are going to have to drop under fucking $4. Because right before this Iran thing jumped off, the gas station down the street from my house had just dipped under $3.
Yeah.
I remember saying, "Wow, gas finally under $3." Then the whole Iran shit started.
Yeah, I just filled up on 404.
Gas nationally is like $4.50 and some change.
Yeah.
My state is $4.30-ish on average.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to wrap this shit up because it's not looking good. People are gonna remember that shit. One thing about gas prices always affect elections. Ask Jimmy Carter.
Yeah. You know what the biggest problem is? The biggest problem is that you're dealing with terrorists. You're dealing with terrorists. Terrorists do not keep their word. They do not keep their word. That's why the second, 2 weeks ago when they attacked one of them ships, man, I'd order 66 their asses and call it a day. Like, you know what? I'm fucking done.
But you know what happens is, this is what happens when you deal with 50 plus years of feminism. You have no infrastructure and you have no innovation. When you gave all the college degrees to fucking women who don't get any degrees in STEM, all they do is get your sit on your ass degrees. Why do you think your nurses aren't professional degrees anymore? Your teachers. Because most of y'all are fucking contractors anyway. You're not even vetted through the fucking state. Some of you dependent on the state. Then on top of that, we're gonna ask a very good question, and this is no offense to a lot of teachers. Are the kids becoming smarter, or are they becoming indoctrinated?
Indoctrinated.
Because here's my shit. You're more busy of calling a dumbass by his pronouns than teaching him what a fucking pronoun is in a sentence. And you think we're going to get some innovation out of this shit? No. This is the part of protection that people don't look at. You need to protect your fucking interests, which means get some goddamn engineers. Get some people who will actually do the fucking job. Get some goddamn people. Speaking of fucking Jimmy Carter, notice 2 things happen: Iran and gas. Laughable, right? A lot of you motherfuckers don't understand when I talk about protection. That a lot of times you don't even vote the people with the most common sense. You vote a motherfucker who just play a saxophone and got more black kids than I do.
The most part, man, it's all about popularity at the end of the day with election cycles, you know.
You vote for motherfuckers that actually threw more of your kids, your sons, in jail gave your fucking bed wenches education and jobs they didn't deserve. You wonder why your city hall, you wonder why all your government facilities are running poorly. They put a bunch of low income, low budget, low educated women in those positions, and they've been there. And you wonder why it's so inefficient when you go to courts, when you go to anywhere. Why do you think colleges are making money hand over fist over your ass? Because they know they're teaching a bunch of dumbasses who got to go to every remedial course known to man.
That's the hustle. It's a cold game, and that's the hustle. And more importantly,
and guess who's fucking in on it? Your government.
mm-hmm.
Your government, you sons of bitches who put Black Lives Matter outside your fucking windows for a bunch of black socialist fucking lesbians married to a bunch of fucking white women. Another way how white people keep their money, LGBT. How many LGBT people are really poor? I'm not talking about the ones who just like men who like men, and women who like men. I'm talking about the motherfuckers who actually matter.
You know what? I don't see that.
Exactly. But you
look at the tech bros. Look at the tech bros.
You motherfuckers don't see the play. This is the part about why I call myself the God of War. The God of War does not just mean a master of all combat, a master of all fighting art. He also knows what wars to fight and what wars to stay the fuck out of.
The master of strategy, because war, it goes hand in hand with diplomacy.
First of all, diplomacy is something that's the other side of the coin of annihilation. What did I always tell you, black people? You don't know when to give the olive branch or the sword. And it's fucked you for the last 200 years.
So, if I may,
go ahead.
Because you brought up the LGBTQ thing, my job lets me see every square inch of this city. I see things in this city that I didn't know existed 20 years ago, right? I noticed something when it comes to white gays and black gays. White gays get married. White gays are homeowners. White gay males will go adopt fucking boys or kids. You never see that with black gays. You ever notice that?
Yeah.
White gays will also work with lesbian couples, white lesbians, and have certain use and find backdoor surrogacies. They've been doing that before they were able to legally have children because they found ways around the system to become parents. They also, because they marry and because they're able to marry now, what does that mean? That means they can pass on property to one another, next of kin laws and everything, power of attorney.
That's exactly what I was getting at.
They understand the laws.
And let's talk
exactly what I was getting at, Namer.
And let's talk about this. Black gays are a bunch of ratchets.
Oh, now wait a minute. You mean it's uncouth to get banged by some random dude behind a dumpster in a Wendy's at late hours of the night? We shouldn't do that.
Wait, hold on a second. You know what you remind me of when you said that shit, ABM? Patrice O'Neal. It's cold out here. If you remember that shit.
But yeah, how many of these gay women who are studs have kids and they living off their goddamn kids' child support?
Oh, plenty.
We're talking
about the black ones, yeah.
Oh God, don't even get me started on that shit.
How many of these studs, the second coming of Tupac, living off of child support? Wait a minute, you a stud? What you doing with a kid? Well, you know, a nigga got caught up. No, you like dick. Shut up.
Or they adopted it just for the money.
Let me tell you one thing about it. Men are more likely to adopt than women.
I used to work.
Women give birth.
I used to work with 2 lesbians
Uh-huh.
that adopted some kid just for the money that the state would give them.
Mm-hmm.
And then a couple years later, I met one of them chicks at the shopping
Uh-huh.
center, and I asked her about it, and she said the stud bitch left her, and you can see she was pissed. So now you're stuck with an adopted fucking kid
that you
that
don't
you
want.
probably didn't even want, probably wasn't even your fucking idea, and you don't even got the stud there to help you no fucking more.
Yep.
Nope.
It's like the
That's the
That
fuckery.
says
that
everything
you
right
see.
there.
That's the fuckery
That's-
you see when it comes to
Mhm.
the black rainbow community.
Yep.
Remember, the black rainbow community does also reflect the overall dysfunction within the greater black community. Or am I wrong to say that?
slightly, but you know, we let it slide. I'm just joking.
All right.
But here's the big detail, right? We're gonna go to a lot of bullshit, right? Because I'm not afraid of certain shit. As a matter of fact, let me see if let me go check my shit real quick. Because some of you motherfuckers pissed me the fuck off. But you know what?
Did what?
I'm in a very pissed off mood. And y'all ain't see me pissed off in a minute.
Who done did what now?
I love it. I fucking love every second of being pissed. Y'all wanted to go to war. You got this motherfucker today. We gonna and since we on this shit, don't be saying that you're homophobic. Last time, homo means same, phobia means fear. I am not afraid of myself. I am not afraid of my people. Guess what? I'm a combat sports artist and athlete.
Mm-hmm.
If a man can bleed, he can be defeated. So
Mm-hmm.
last time I checked, you motherfuckers talking about so much fear, but we're the cancer of the community, straight black men. But let me point out a picture to you about your ilk.
You still got that wild hair, huh? Go ahead and pluck it. Go ahead and pluck
at
it.
these pride events. Nobody has accountability in this community, especially our women, when it comes to what's happening at these pride events. Let me play this. Now I got some questions. Alphabets. I gave people in my life and friendships and groups right now, and I've said this to them one-on-one. If you ever think that this is appropriate, we can't be cooler friends anymore. And they themselves confirm and agree with me. Y'all got men barely wearing anything. Some men wearing even less than what that gentleman was wearing. Twerking and revealing themselves with children in the audience. Grooming. And we talking about black men, straight heterosexual black men are the cancer. When y'all doing this out in the open, no accountability for anybody that's not a heterosexual straight black man, but everybody else get to do and act and behave how they want, even in front of children. I think that's cancerous behavior. Anita, then Maggie, then Miss Crane.
Top 5
Nobody has accountability.
Black wrestlers that the hood loves so dearly. I had to make
ability in this community, especially our women, when it comes to what's happening at these.
I'm gonna just tell you what it is. I'm gonna just tell you what. I'm gonna tell you what it is. Bro.
Don't hold back, black man. Don't hold back.
I'm gonna just tell you what it is, right? When I played that video by dude, The only people that okay this LGBT shit in the black community is black women. You're disgusting. You're disgusting.
And why?
And you're on
And
a
why did they okay it?
and you're a fundamental level because most of them are bi. That's one.
Mhm.
You're disgusting on a fundamental level, and you wonder why. Because let's point this shit down. You're the demographic out of our community to have the most kids. You're more likely to chase down gay men and men in prison
You're not
just
no.
because you like the way they look, not knowing what kind of intentions they have for your kids. And do I think that every fucking LGBT person is a pedophile? No.
No.
But
Don't do it. Don't do it. Do it.
we're going to put some correlations together.
Let's.
And here's the fucked up part, right? We
Mhm.
don't have a history as black men and fathers going to clubs chasing the same women as our sons, do we?
No.
Do black
No.
mothers and their daughters?
Yes.
Do black
Mhm.
daughters and their mothers, do you see black men and their fucking sons going out to the strip club together or the pool hall or cigar lounge? But black mothers will go twerking some goddamn where with their daughters any and everywhere. Do you see black fathers, throwing their fucking with a fucking pair of sweatpants with no drawers, throwing their dick and balls around, celebrating their kids' graduation? No, you don't. But you see black mothers twerking at the graduations of their son, and you know what the fucking thing people are gonna remember at the fucking reunions? Wasn't your mother throwing ass?
Yeah.
You embarrass your kids on so many levels.
Intentionally.
It's instinctually. You embarrass, especially your sons. You twerking at the fucking graduation, you funky bunch of bitches. The black fathers go to the fucking school in bonnets or fucking hair or fucking do-rags? No. But black mothers will go in pajamas and bonnets looking like they didn't even take the time to wash their funky asses. And I'm not even an anti, but you got to understand some shit. The embarrassment and cancer of the black community was never the black man. The black man was the solution and the answer to. The fucked up part about it is you embarrass the good fucking women that are out there. You have the audacity to wonder why you're never wives. You can't be what you don't have the ability to do.
Shout out to Shahrazad Ali, because she's been saying this for how long?
Dr. Frances Cress Welsing said in the ISIS papers and other literature, black men are not going to protect anything that is in direct rebellion against them. No man will. What's up, Mookie? Why should I protect anything that's diametrically opposed to me? What's the first fucking rule of protection, folks?
Obedience.
Does it make fucking sense?
If I am to protect you, then you have to listen to the guidelines I set for you. But you know what the problem is, Charles? Look at it this way when it comes to this whole thing about protection. If anybody remembers the movie The Bodyguard, everyone will want to be like Whitney Houston. They expect men to be like Kevin Costner. But if you remember in that movie, how much did she try to rebel against him?
Can y'all see that?
Hang on.
Hopefully,
yeah.
I'm gonna read off the Charles Faulkner's rule of protection. The protectee must be submissive to their protector.
Mm-hmm.
The protectee must understand protection cost. The protectee must consider what they can give the protector that's worth the protectors risking their life. The protector must consider the reward for his protection, but also the responsibility placed upon him for his protection. The protector should consider how much he and his protection are appreciated. The protectee must consider the effectiveness of the protector and his protection. The protector must teach the next generation so they too can become protectors. Understand, without protectors, society falls. Understand, without proper training and discipline, protection fails. The protector must be held to a higher level of respect and accountability always. The protector must know when to take action or to make haste. The protectee is to support and adhere to the protector's role and commands. Did anything I say make no sense?
No. And do me a favor. Can you email that to me? You got my email address?
Oh, yeah. I'll either email it or text it to you.
I'm going to email it because I'm going to print it and frame it. And let me get out of here. I got to be up early in the morning. I didn't know it was this late.
All right, man. I appreciate you showing up. And by the way,
Y'all be safe.
That's a
Later,
Charles
fam.
original.
Yeah, can you send it to me through WhatsApp? Can you send that to me through WhatsApp? That's cool.
Oh yeah, just text me.
Thank you.
And I'm going to tell you all.
All right.
That's a Charles Faulkner original. Just from almost 3 decades of fucking protection. Does that make fucking sense, chat and panel?
Absolutely. It does make
like I know what the
sense.
fuck I'm talking about?
All that and then some.
Because there's a delicate balance between protector and protectee. Sir or ma'am, we gotta go. It ain't time for, well, I gotta stay. Get the fuck on out. Because if necessary, why am I bigger and stronger than the motherfucker I'm protecting? Because when the time is to get the fuck on out, I'm taking you by the seat of your pants and your collar and throwing you into that goddamn vehicle and jumping right in, covering my body with you, and the driver speeds the fuck off. Where do the driver supposed to be in a time of protection? You stay with the fucking car. Drivers drive. That's all the fuck you got to worry about. See, this is the reason why you don't see too many women in the protection field, because I want to be the driver too. I want to be checked. I want to jump out the car. If I throw the motherfucker in the car, we need a fast getaway. Why the fuck did you just eliminate that from us? You bitches with the septum rings? That shit's like the fucking Yellow Lantern. The Sinestro Corps.
Okay, well, at least it's not the Red Lantern like the Atrocitus Corps right there. Be grateful for that.
They're a combination of fear and rage. I could do it too. I'm strong. If I see you bench press 400 pounds, I could do it too. I haven't
Go ahead.
This in 3 weeks because I'm healing up my shoulder. I know my body. See, the problem is that we fail to understand the goddamn role set before us.
Charles, to quote Robin Harris, that's everybody's first mistake. What made you think you were dealing with a conscious being? Now, this, and I say that to say this.
See, we're dealing.
You have self.
We're not dealing with only. We're dealing with conscious beings because they're alive and thinking.
But how many of those so-called conscious beings have self-awareness?
We're not dealing.
When you have self-awareness, you understand you have to think long-term.
No.
I'm
gonna correct you with that one, Namer. You're dealing with conscious thinking beings. You're just dealing with conscious thinking beings who are not doing so correctly. See, you're dealing with people who are follies to their own destruction. I have a homeboy who's a 3rd-degree black belt in ninjutsu. Their art is walk into your own destruction. If you give me an arm, I dislocate it. You give me a leg, I break it. You turn your back, I slit your throat. See, You're giving me your destruction. What did black women do in the last 50? They gave white America their society's destruction. You blame
And they
the
did so. Well, when I look at that, and when I mean they're not self-aware, they're not conscious, and they don't understand things, I'm saying in the sense that they do what they do, but they never consider the long-term ramifications of what they're doing or the long-term effects of their decisions. That's what I mean by no self-awareness. They don't think about things in long term. It's myopic.
And by the way, folks, like, share, subscribe, support your interests.
Mm-hmm.
There's the PayPal, there's the Cash App. I am not monetized, because if I was, I'm not going to be talking this damn deep and this damn greasy about important subjects that affects viewers like you. So support your thing. If you want me to support the brothers up there about grappling and the black community, self-defense and executive protection, hey, tell me you want to hear this stuff. Go ahead in my community tab, put the links up. Let's get some interviews together. Let's stop stagnation, because guess what? We are above Keisha politics. We are above creating a black society of motherfuckers who want to listen.
We are multifaceted.
We are multifaceted, and we want a society of survivors and thrivers. Continue, neighbor.
Like I said, we're not dealing with conscious beings. What I mean is everything they do is subconscious and short-sighted. It's always about the immediate ramifications. You ever heard of a woman, what do they call delaying gratification for a bigger payout? Most can't. There are a few who do, but that requires self-awareness. Most of them, like somebody said, like a goldfish, they just think from moment to moment, on a moment to moment basis. Or if they do something long term, if they do think several steps ahead, it's very short sighted. It's not that So generals, they understand the importance of playing the long game. Strategists understand the importance of playing the long game.
Here's the messed up part about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you look for practicality, right? Let's say you and I went to the wilderness. What's a good knife? Usually a Bowie knife, because it can be used in defense. It can be used to clear brush. It can be used to chop down shrubbery and trees to keep shelter or heat around us, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you want a utility knife, usually I think of knives in three ways. I want a cutting tool, I want a utility tool, and I want a tool to defense. What I know is that if I go out on a mission or if I'm in the woods, I'm having a knife that I'm going to use that's going to keep sharp. I'm never going to use it as a cutting or utility tool. If I'm going to have a utility tool, I'm not going to use the cutting tool, because that's what it's made for, utility. Cutting, which means I'm going through either fabrics or food, I don't want to mix that up with my utility, because I don't want any cross-contamination usually. So
absolutely,
having that sense of wherewithal, you have to literally, there you go, stop, think, act, review. And this is what you have to do in life. And this is why women tend to make poor leaders, because they get too emotionally involved and can't detach from it. I'm not saying that's every woman, but 99.99999% of them can't do it. Even your so-called gay women. Why do you think they have the most violent relationships? Because they're emotionally enthralled. Nobody's willing to say, I'm sorry. No one's willing to say, sit down, let's talk about it. That's why when we hear about if women were in charge, the world would be at peace. No, 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 no. If women were in charge, the world will constantly be at a state of war because you're so emotional. They said something about me. Look how you are at your jobs.
Let's think about this also. Consider also this. Women are vindictive.
Right.
You and I remember Eddie Murphy broke that down to us when we were like, what, 4 or 5 years old back in 87?
Mm-hmm.
Women are vindictive. Chris Rock talked about how, I mean, let me put it this way. Women don't want to forgive you. They don't want you to give an apology. They want you to live an apology. This is why Patrice O'Neal said, if I fuck up, like say if I cheat on my woman, I better break up with her immediately because I know she's not going to forgive me.
Yeah.
Just like D.L. Hughley said, I'm not going to admit anything to my wife because I trust my ability to lie more than her ability to forgive.
Yeah.
So,
because,
as far as,
because women are naturally selfish creatures. If you break up with a woman, 9 out of 10, she is not going to look out for you.
No.
She's just not. They expect you, after you divorced a woman, to look out for her. Even kids y'all didn't have together. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to look out for these bastards. Fuck them.
Where's their daddy?
I saw this clip from Brandon Jamal yesterday. This chick made her TikTok video and she was pregnant and she was saying it's a bad idea to go out and get pregnant on your ex. So I'm like, so what are you saying? That you went and got pregnant out of spite? That's the short-term, nearsighted shit that you were talking about, Namer.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hey, to your point, ABM, women, hell, who remembers the movie My Best Friend's Wedding? Sorry, wrong. I mean, The Best Man. Yeah. I'm talking about the best. I meant to say The Best Man. The Best Man.
I remember.
Taye Diggs was what's his name? Morris Chestnut's best friend from college, and his bride to be. He later finds out his bride to be. In order to get back at him, what she do? She slept with Taye Diggs. Women will sleep with a man's best friend to get back at him.
And then
and throw it in his face.
And don't even care how much war that would start. Even if it cost her life.
Morris Chestnut was about to throw Taye Diggs over the balcony because of it. And who was there to stop it? Who was there to stop it?
It was his friend.
Terrence Howard. Terrence Howard didn't try to restrain him. He just stood right there, right next to them, smoked a cigarette, and calmly said what he needed to be said in order to get Chestnut to get off of Diggs.
The problem is that women, particularly women in our community, and this is what I said when I saw that Brandon Jamal clip yesterday. You don't know anything else to do with yourself except for being a nigga's face. That movie you're talking about, The Best Man, demonstrates that. You had so many options. What did you choose to do? Get fucked. Because at the end of the day, they don't know shit else.
You could have left the man alone.
You break up with your ex-boyfriend. She never did say why she did it. And then you immediately go and get pregnant by random. Women in our community love this shit. They love this shit. They have to be in a perpetual state of dysfunction.
Because dysfunction is home. It's common.
If you take them out of dysfunction and put them in functional situations, they will lose their fucking minds.
They're bored.
They can't operate like that. They cannot. They're bored. Why do you think soap operas appeal to them? Why do you think court TV appeals to them? Why do you think reality TV appeals to them?
Because they're bored. You can't take
They're bored. Mm-hmm.
You can't take a bored bitch and put her in somewhere that's calm. Because why? A lot of women are miserable. And this is not even trying to be on the woman shit. A lot of women are miserable, not because a man made them that way. It's because their lives are unfulfilled. They're neurotic. Men look for contentment. Like I had to tell my homeboy, I'm not content. No. The word you're looking at is complacent. You are content because guess what? You may not be in the house you want to be, but guess what? Are you homeless?
No.
Because a lot of people, this is a habit Black Americans do. You look at everybody else buying a house and you don't know, it might be 5 years later for you to buy your house.
My father had to sit me down about stuff like that. He sat me down when I was like a teenager, in my early 20s, and had to sit and explain to me, son, just because you don't have what other people have does not make you less of a person. And this is when I didn't understand what the value of money like I needed to, and understand like, oh wow, this is before I even learned what a mortgage was, or people living on credit. Thankfully, my parents taught me how to be fiscally responsible. Easier said than done, but they taught me what I needed to learn. And so a lot of people do not understand contentment. They don't understand how to separate wants from needs. And there is a level of, and this whole notion of keeping up with the Joneses, that's what fucks a lot of people up when you think about it. Am I making sense? Folks?
Yeah.
I apologize for interrupting, but
you gotta think about it, right? The reason why men are content, because a woman right now could think that, oh, you probably talking to some bitches on the phone. Why would I want to talk to bitches on the phone? You're disturbed. You're doing a good job disturbing me. Don't forget to hit that cash app, folks. You're disturbing me. Why? I'm not trying to demonetize your life. Why you think I'm always talking to a bitch? Why? Because you talking to a dude? You talking to a dude?
Ooh.
Have you ever noticed that? A lot of them are talking to dudes.
Men can find happiness and contentment within themselves. Women cannot.
It's almost impossible for a woman to find that. And the reason why is because a woman's a vessel. We're going to the esoteric BGS shit right now. A woman's a vessel. A woman does not, she can hold it, but she cannot truly contain it. She cannot manufacture it. Okay? She can hold it, but she can't manufacture it. That's why they're always busy to go to trips. They got to do this. They got to do that. Men are happy just sitting their black asses down. Our women, because of the beauty standards, even though we the ones who told them you don't need to go do whatever to your hair, we give you the afro. Wear your hair natural and proud. Pick that shit out. Put the fist up. That was never good enough for your woman. Because your woman wanted the world to say she's pretty. She didn't give a fuck what you said. She could care less. She utterly can care less. And why do we know she could care less? Because guess what she was hell-bent on doing? She wanted that white acceptance more than you. That's what it was. That white acceptance was something that she needed. She wanted to be bequeathed. She wanted to be ordained beautiful by that white society.
She wanted to be coveted by white men. Let's not forget, BGS also said this. If you look at the history of slavery, black women were never your women. They believe that they're the white man's woman. They're the white man's woman. And that's a conditioning slavery, but go ahead.
Remember the letter, 8-Hour Woman? When she
That's
said,
the joint of truth? Yeah.
When she bet, I beg your children too, she wasn't talking to black men, was she?
No. And by the way, why is it when people read that letter, when black men recite that letter, why they got to use a southern accent? Sojourner Truth was from the north.
Because black women like stereotypes. Why do you think
Can we at least be accurate with this shit? I'm just saying. I'm just asking.
Why do you think they like rappers and scammers? They love the stereotype. They love the image. Because if you say ain't I a woman, they think that every black person is ignorant or southern or talks with a slang. They don't talk
or is a mammy.
Or a mammy. They love stereotypes. They like putting people in boxes. The first person to pull you a square or a lane was not a dude. It was a black, and if you're in the black community, was a female.
Not only that, but if you go back to the Ain't I a Woman, Sojourner Truth got that from a man. Wasn't it Frederick Douglass that she took that from? When Frederick Douglass asked the question, ain't I a man?
And he was from the South.
She got that from Frederick fucking Douglass.
Yeah, I guess for Frederick
Nobody ever fucking says that, by the way.
Yeah, I guess where Frederick Douglass is from and lived.
Maryland.
He's from the Frederick, Baltimore area.
Maryland, but originally where was he from? Where was he as a slave? Where was he enslaved in? Where was he born?
Maryland.
Was it Maryland?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought he fled to the south, and I thought he fled from the south to the north.
Him and Harriet Tubman are both from Maryland.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Maryland has a very distinct history in America.
Very rich history. Very rich.
You'd be surprised at that. This is the problem of having ignorant parents. I went to a goddamn year ago. I took a 21-year-old rookie, and I told him, "Who's that on that mural right there?" They was like, "I don't know. You never heard of Billie Holiday?" No. I said, "Your parents failed you. Your parents were from Baltimore, right?" "Yeah, your parents failed you."
How can you not know who Billie Holiday is or Ella Fitzgerald?
How do you not know who Billie Holiday is and you're from Baltimore?
Dude. Most I'm sorry to say this. Most black people in this town don't know the first fucking thing about this town.
No, they don't. Matter of fact, why? Here's a question for you. Why do we call BWI Thurgood Marshall Baltimore Washington International Airport? Where's Thurgood Marshall from, Namer?
Baltimore.
Do you know how many motherfuckers who are in college right now don't know that in Baltimore?
I remember watching the movie Mr. Marshall, or is it Thurgood Marshall with Chadwick Boseman as Thurgood Marshall. He talked about how he tried to enroll at the University of Maryland, but they denied him because of race. After he went to a HBCU in the state of Maryland and got his degree in law, he sued the University of Maryland. You can't get any more Baltimore than that when you think about it.
Let me put it to you.
And how many great people came from Baltimore? And ask yourself this question: how much of Black history have they been denied to learn about? Like people asking, what, like I remember, was it Black folks always talk about it's a conspiracy that they won't give Black people 30 days. Why is Black History Month in February? Frederick Douglass's birthday is in February, isn't it? It sounds a little distant, fam. What was that?
I'm tired of black people bitching and complaining because so-called Black History Month has turned into fuckery. I don't have a better word.
Fair enough. Not
Let
the
me
most
give you a
accurate
quick.
thing you can think of.
Let me give you a quick story, real quick. This was a few years ago. A few years ago, my daughter was in middle school. Who did her teacher assign to my daughter for her Black History Month report? Just take a guess.
Black woman or black man, first of all? So I can
Black
narrow it
woman.
down.
Black woman.
Let me guess. Harriet Tubman?
No.
Michelle Obama.
No.
Who?
Fucking Bell Hooks.
Get the fuck out.
Oh! What?
So you know I had to go to the school and talk to this teacher, right?
Wow.
Do you know it was a fucking man on top of it?
And I bet you he was soft as Toll House cookies, wasn't he?
I'll even go one further. I'll go one further. Let me guess. This man, when he was in college, probably studied or even possibly majored in women's studies, right?
I have no idea what the hell he did in college, but I went to the school the next day because I remember I picked my daughter up from school and she brought it up. She's like, yeah, got to do my Black History Month report. I'm like, oh yeah, who you writing about? And when she said Bell Hooks, I hit the brakes on the car. Like, what? So my daughter, she's a kid. She don't know anything. She's like, yeah, what's the problem? And I'm like, you know what? Let me just shut my damn mouth. Call my wife. I'm like, look, yeah, I'm going to the school tomorrow, man. And my wife's like, look, you should let me do it. I say, no, I'm going. Because the reason why this little slick fuck thought he was going to get this over is because he's probably assuming she don't have a father.
And probably assuming y'all don't know who the fuck Bell Hooks is.
So I went up there and just told him real quick, like, look, my daughter won't be writing about no fucking Bell Hooks. Well, okay, well, she can just write about whatever she wants. I was like, yeah, I know she will. I just told you that.
Yeah, and I
wasn't asking.
I would have asked him why pick Bell Hooks.
Why the fuck would you choose? So this is where we are now when it comes to Black History Month. Bell Hooks is a historical figure now.
A black man hating, white man chasing, possibly black
switch hitter.
So she was a switch hitter. So when you hear black people talking about they're trying to get rid of Black history in schools, I say good. I'm glad they're getting rid of it now. Good for them. All you silly ass black people who sit around and just allow this shit to happen, you never have any pushback. And again, this goes to what we was talking about. The ignoramuses amongst us who don't know shit from Shinola any fucking way. Yeah, they'll give that shit to your fucking kid. And your kid will come home and write a report on Bell fucking Hooks. You don't know any fucking better. See, I know better. I know exactly what that fucking play was. This motherfucker purposely chose a little black girl to do that with. And because, like I said, probably assuming she didn't have a father in the house.
Imagine if he did
and that's
that.
what I told my wife.
Boy.
No, this motherfucker's going to see up close and personal. She has a fucking daddy. And on top of it, her daddy's kind of fucking smart. You're not pulling that shit on me.
Just because you blue collar don't mean you dumb. Just because you blue collar does not mean you dumb.
Namer, I have a policy. Every time I go to the fucking school, I got my work clothes on. My wife always asks me that, and I tell her the same thing, because these motherfuckers need to know that I have a job. Because that's what they assume. Oh, these niggas don't work. No, I fucking work.
You're an essential worker, my dude. You're an electrician.
I don't fucking care how dirty it is. You will know my kid has a father, and her daddy has a fucking job. And I make more than all of you up here, by the way.
Yeah.
Damn right.
And see,
Plus, you probably got, but you got better health insurance than most of them.
It's only a few. It's only a few in the school that make more than me, and that's the principal and the fucking assistant principals and shit. I make more than most of them fucking teachers.
And here's the fucking disturbing part about bell hooks. You're trying to. Was this guy black or white?
Black. You already know.
So you're telling me?
Oh shit.
Because I know he's a liberal. Because that's the only way you would even mention bell hooks. You would tell me you would get this posse-ton queer white black woman chasing, white man chasing, black man hating feminists, and you try to separate my daughter's good sense about a man in the house versus a woman who's mad because a white man won't accept her, and she has to hide the fact that she likes black women too. And she hates masculinity. Why? It's like Oprah. Nobody believed the Stedman shit. They look as awkward as goddamn oil and water.
I said this. I was talking about this just the other day. I think it was on your stream, Charles, when I said people like Oprah, who's gay and is always so gay affirming and promote gay all the time, they never come out and tell you they're fucking gay.
And it's obvious as the sunrise.
They never come. Same thing with Obama. Like, dude, I mean, the closet door is open now. You could just step on out. You're obviously fucking gay. What do you mean every black household should have a queer in it? Helping with the kids? What the fuck are you talking about? Who the fuck is asking for that?
Why would you even say that out of any good nature?
And then you wonder why Kamala Harris didn't have the same fucking support you did? Because you make motherfuckers mad nowadays, Barry. We don't like you any fucking more.
That way you pulled that old black men have a problem with a with a black woman in leadership. Yes, we did.
The nigga always wags his goddamn finger at black people. This is why, because I voted for Obama in 2008. By the time his 2 terms was over, I hated his guts. Because I've noticed that about him. Every single fucking time he is talking to black people, the tone is different, the demeanor is different, and it's always a finger-wagging narrative, condescending. Yes, thank you. It's always that. If you don't believe me, get on YouTube, pull up any Obama speech when he's like doing some like commencement speech at some black college somewhere, and then compare that to any other time when the audience is majority white people. And you will clearly see the difference. Every single fucking time he does it, he can't help himself. When the audience is mainly black, he has a completely different fucking tone and demeanor about himself. Never fails with that motherfucker.
Oh, by the way, shouts out to MOSFET. He said right here, some of the smartest people in the world are blue collar. Yeah. You can't have no dumb electricians. Otherwise, you got a Tasmanian devil, and the quality of the work is going to be shit. Oh, no, wait. As they say in Ireland, the work is going to be absolute shite.
But you know what, though?
It's real bad. It's going to be shite.
What's the funny? You know what's the funny part? Same school. I had to go up there and have a meeting about my son. I wore my Trump hat. The white principal pulls me to the side and says, "My husband would love your hat."
AB,
slimy fucker.
You are one bad motherfucker. Hats off to you.
It's a reason. I'm telling you, I do this shit purposely because you have to let these people know I'm not your stereotypical fucking Negro. Whatever your already preconceived ideas you have about black men, I'm not that. and you're not going to treat my children like that. Like I said, homeboy did that shit purposely. He just assumed no man was in the house. He assumed everybody's dumb. So I'm going to take it upon myself to push bell hooks on a little black girl. Fuck, not time you want.
That's the sick part. That's the second part. It's like
what a piece of shit.
You want to bring in energies and spirits of man-hating bell hooks in my home. You might as well say, "Hey, do a book report on Gabrielle Union."
Oh, by the way, shouts out to Mossfed because he mentioned a lot of people from Baltimore. Thank you for mentioning Cab Calloway because I did love listening to Cab Calloway as a kid. You know,
I mean, you got to think about it.
Millie the Moocher. That sums up a lot of black women. How many are moochers?
You got Henrietta Lacks. That's the reason why she had the immortal genes. This is the jealousy of your supremacy. Okay, this woman literally had the key to immortality in her genes, and they illegally obtain it in Johns Hopkins.
Yeah. By the way, shouts out to Reginald Lewis. God rest his soul. Because remember what he used to say.
Why should I
white boys can't have them? Right.
And that's what
I'm also going to mention something really important here, Charles, if I may, to ABM's point. Well, because he mentioned bell hooks. Nikki Giovanni. Do you remember that 2-part discussion that she had with James Baldwin? And the way they converse and I read faces, but I also have to listen to the tone of voice because it tells you everything about that person. Especially when they're having conversations, when they're very relaxed, and they just reveal who they really are. Baldwin, he made no bones about it. Yeah, he was gay but that didn't take away his blackness. But when you listen to Nikki Giovanni talk about the way that she talked like a black woman, you realize why people think like that. The thought process, the contempt. Say what, fam?
I say she was a dyke who had a kid, like Alice Walker is a dyke. And she had a kid too.
Alice Walker, who's also a switch hitter. You know, I don't know if you know about this player, but you remember the musician Tracy Chapman?
That's been a girlfriend since the 80s.
Her and Alice Walker, yeah, but here's also the funny part. Alice Walker had a child. That child she had is a daughter named Rachel, married to who she had with a small hat, lawyer in the South. But that daughter chose to go by her mother's maiden name. So Rachel Walker is openly bi, and for a time she was in a relationship with Michelle Indegiochello. Where'd he go? But you realize, you know, that aspect also we got to bring up because I mentioned Nikki Giovanni and Rachel Walker. It's the colorism aspect of all this. Because that also is one of the factors that drives the self-hatred within black women and the animosity amongst themselves and their contempt for black men.
But you gotta think about it. If she took away the struggle of black women, took away they haven't. Well, that's also a reason why nobody stepped to him because he had beat their ass. Here's the funniest part about it, right?
Yeah.
Have you noticed that black men really don't have contempt for black women, even though we have all the rights to?
You could resent them, but that resentment is usually is from an honest place. You see, there's a thing called righteous anger. If there is a contempt you have for a black woman, it comes from a righteous place. But you do something, but you deal with it and you deal with it accordingly. Black women, when they have their contempt, is trivial and it consumes them when you think about it. Like you said, man, they're just emotional creatures, but carry on.
But you got to realize something, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you have people like Nikki and all this, notice most of our women who were of claim, most of them were in what community?
LGBT community, upper class in certain cases.
But yet, when you hear of a black woman loving a black man unapologetically, guess who's going to get all the strife?
The black woman in question. Simone Biles, ladies and gentlemen.
So we got to wonder from just research for the last 10 years alone, do black women really want black men, or do you really just don't want them to go away? Because once black men go away, you can't use us as, it's Jermaine's fault. You got to start blaming you. And you know what the sad part about it is? The whole world has put a mirror against black women to say, you know what? Maybe it wasn't the Negro male the whole time. Because if you notice, anytime black men was away from a black woman, they made how many inventions?
They were creative, but both sides were very creative. They were able to create and invent so many things.
And then you got to think about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
When a black man created something, it benefited the whole world, right?
Oh, yeah.
When a black woman created something, it was for selfish gains, if she ever created it at all. And it's not saying I don't think black women are intelligent. They don't think about making a community and a family, because you'll do everything for your son, but if it comes to making a community, you think black men should step up. But what do we get for stepping up?
Resentment.
Yeah, black women hate us. I hate to just say it that bluntly, but that's just there's no need to keep, hypothesizing. That's just what I believe. Have you all seen that new skit? I hope it's a skit where the homeless looking white dude took the black lady out to eat, and he took her to the gas station and bought her a hot dog and her slushie, and she was acting like she just went on a shopping spree at Tiffany's. Have y'all seen that? It's so disgusting.
Which one of them is homeless? Which one is homeless?
The white dude, he looked like a homeless guy, and it was supposed to be a date. And he took her to the gas station and bought her a hot dog and a slushie. But see, they come around us and they say, you got to earn over 6 figures. You got to be 6'8". But when it comes to Brad, all those standards go out the window as long as he's a Brad.
Because that white skin absolves him of all accountability.
And iniquities.
And also, let's consider this, fam. What was I going to say? There was another skit that... Oh, man, I lost it just now.
I want to say one quick thing about Alice Walker.
Okay.
That bitch was the first, her and her small hat husband, they were the first legally married couple in the state of Mississippi. That's how deep she is into it.
This is after Lovington versus Virginia, folks. Or was it during that time?
It was after.
After Lovington versus Virginia, yeah.
And then she started working for the CIA under Gloria Steinem and was the editor of Miss Magazine. That was just a CIA operation.
Let me connect the dot for you, brother, on that one.
I'll be really quick. Gloria Steinem tricked black women to not get a husband, and they were better alone, and they were strong and independent. And she went and fucking married Batman's dad, who was a billionaire.
Yeah. You know why she married him, right? Supposedly.
For the money?
That and for immigration reasons. Because apparently he was like he was like this close to getting deported. She married him. They were in a relationship. She decided to marry him in her 60s just so he could stay in the country.
And now she finally admitted she worked for the CIA too.
Mm-hmm. Hey, it was alleged she was doing the Mattress Mambo back in the day with Henry Kissinger.
She's a
Henry
small hat.
Kissinger. Yeah, well, the last name says it. She's a small hat. But speaking of those of Ms. Magazine, she co-founded that with a woman named Dorothy Pittman Hughes. That's a woman you see in that so-called iconic picture of her standing side by side with their left fist in the air. That black woman with the afro. Dorothy Pittman Hughes. You know whose aunt she is?
Who?
Gabore Sidibe. Precious, the actress who played Precious. That's her maternal aunt. That's her aunt on her mom's side. So you know she's a feminist as hell.
Yeah, and it's got to be CIA because there's no way in hell Precious should have ever been on TV or a movie.
Actually, we should be glad that it was, because that opened a lot of brothers' eyes to some of the sick kind of people out there is. Like, remember, Monique's portrayal of Gabrielle Sidibe's mom in that movie. That's a warning that lets us know what kind of sick people there are out in the world. It gives us a basis to understand the sickness. All right.
Let me tell you something. We are way past time to be honest in the black community. Namer, you've heard me say it before. We're a bunch of liars.
True.
We lie about everything. When you talk about working for the CIA, nobody ever talks about what's the lady that keep lying and saying she was a Black Panther and she never was a Black Panther?
Angela Davis.
Angela fucking Davis. We still don't want to be honest about Angela Davis. Angela Davis was a fucking agent. I was on the phone talking to a real Black Panther,
a big ass
who knew Angela Davis. He's the first one who I ever heard say that shit. He told me, he said she was never a Black Panther, never even a member. And on top of it, she's an agent. And then years later, I heard Elaine Brown call Angela Davis an agent. When Angela Davis beat that case, what was it, like killing a cop or something? She beat that case.
She broke George Jackson out of prison. Yeah.
No.
It was killing a cop. It was
killing a cop, and she was like an accessory to it, apparently, technically.
Didn't she try to break George Jackson out of prison?
No, she did not. His brother did.
Okay.
See, that's what I mean when I say we don't tell the truth. There's a lot of lies still floating around about Angela Davis. Number one, Angela Davis was never even a member of the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. Angela Davis got famous when she beat that trial. And then the Panthers started having her come to their events and shit. She was never a member. And people always suspected her being an agent because they like, how the fuck did you beat that case? Angela Davis is a fucking agent. And many Black Panthers, if you notice, there's only a couple of Black Panthers that they actually even talk about. And I'm talking about something like NPR that's supposed to be so liberal and shit. You notice nobody ever talks to Bobby Seale.
No.
Bobby Seale's still alive. Nobody ever talks to Bobby Seale.
You're for a minute right there. You're borging for a moment.
You must have been talking some real shit because you borged out for a minute. Say it again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're good to go.
We hear you.
Okay. Bobby Seale is still alive. You notice nobody ever talks to him. Elaine Brown is a lesbian. Even your liberals don't even talk to Elaine Brown. Notice that?
Yeah.
What about Elaine
Cleaver's
Cleaver?
ex-wife?
When Elaine
Ellen
Cleaver,
Cleaver. I was about to.
Elaine Cleaver is one of the few they will talk to. They don't talk, and you see where I'm going with that, right? They talk to Elaine Cleaver. They talk to Angela Davis. They'll always talk to the women Panthers, never the fucking males.
Ooh.
How long was H-Rap?
Wait. ABM, I gotta stop you right there. You said males, not men. You see the programming right there? We gotta fight that programming.
Listen.
Women are women, men are men. But I hear you.
How long was H-Rap Brown in prison? Anybody ever interview him?
Nope.
Multiple times. He was there for like almost 20 years. He died last year in prison.
Yeah, he died. He was in prison, what, 50
blood plasma
years?
Shit, yeah. On and off.
Nobody ever talked to him. Nobody ever talked to him. Even when Matulu Shakur came home from prison.
Mm-hmm.
Where was the interviews? You see what I'm saying? We lie
exactly
our
what you're
asses
saying.
off.
Yeah.
They are still lying about Angela Davis being a Black Panther.
Mm-hmm. That's the narrative.
But she goes to all the colleges, give her lectures, gets her money. She's the one they always want to interview. And if you don't believe me, look it up for yourself. Get on YouTube, look it up for yourself. When you see Angela Davis on TV now doing these interviews, she ain't talking no Black Revolution, Black Power shit. It's all LGBTQ now.
Shocker.
It's all women's rights. It's all feminist now. And nobody ever calls her out on this shit.
Think about it. All your plants towards LGBT was another plan to subvert what? Black
empowerment. Mm-hmm.
Think about that. Every time you hear LGBT, it's to subvert Black progress and empowerment.
And look at the initials in that organization itself. LGBT. When it should be GLBT.
No, because the women are the men. That's what you forget.
And they run it, and they try to co-opt this. That nobody's more feministic than the L's, man. L's and the female B's, they are the most feministic because they're also on that feminist shit. That's what I'm trying to get at.
And then you got to remember, they want men to always take a back seat. They want men to always take a back seat. Why? Men can only do that when men give up their power. I want you to find that very interesting. Why should men always give up their power? But yet, you never ask women to give up theirs. How many women will give up all the scholarships they got? Now they have to because DEI is over.
Mm-hmm.
When you put women on fair, that's why all these women who hate Trump and all this, yeah, Trump could fuck up at some point, which he's done with the Iran shit, but everything else I'm okay with. I am happy everybody's in it. Here's the beautiful part. All you bitches want Kamala Harris to be in there when you can't say out of your fucking brain cells every interview that she was on, she didn't sound incompetent. It's like asking, well, who's the strongest with the Force in the Star Wars universe? To this day, it's still fucking Anakin.
Anakin, even with his own dysfunction, he was far more powerful than anybody else in the universe.
From the past, the present, and even the future, second only to fucking Luke or Yoda. Obi-Wan was more proficient in it. But raw power is Anakin. See,
Mhm.
the reason why I brought that up,
Where does Qui-Gon Jinn fit in all this?
he's proficient, but he's not as powerful as Anakin. He's more proficient.
Mm-hmm.
That's why that's why he was a Force ghost.
Mhm.
And you got to realize this, right?
Mhm.
When you look at this raw attitude, this raw, uninhibited,
Uninhibited.
uninhibited rawness that black women want to project, it's a joke.
Hmm.
It really, because why? You don't look like anything of protection in the first place. And it's been known for time immemorial. I want you to remember this. The only reason you wanted Kamala there was to throw fucking shit in black men's faces, white men's faces especially. When you get with white
You
men,
want?
you get with broke
Mhm.
ass white men. No rich white man's taking care of you. How can we prove that? Why do you think Homeboy wasn't with that fucking chick? What's his name?
Clay Thompson.
Not Clay Thompson.
What team
Hey,
was he
real
playing for?
quick, real quick, while you gather your thoughts, Charles. That dude in the Ashley Janae case,
Yeah,
he got his
Uh-huh.
passport. He's coming back to America.
yeah. Think about it. Rumor was that she was paying for all the shit.
Oh,
Think about this, right? Kelsey. When Kelsey was that
Travis Kelce.
yeah, when he was with that black
Travis Kelce with K Michelle. K Michelle.
No, not Kay Michelle. He's talking about what the fuck is her name?
It was Maya something. Hang on, I'm gonna look it up.
Kayla Nicole. He's talking about Kayla Nicole.
K Nicole. Okay, he's talking about the second one, the one he was on and off with for 5 years. Yeah, because remember there was another one before that. They got hooked up on a reality show, and she was the one who got a lot of shit because what she said about Taylor Swift.
That's the thing about it, right?
Kayla Nicole. That's who you talking about.
No.
Let's
It's Maya Burt. No, hold on a second. Let me clarify for everybody.
making me lose my point.
Travis.
Let's
Oh, okay. Get your point. I'll bring it up later then. Okay.
get this point across.
Mhm.
She didn't know that he was testing her to go half. She said, "Why should I go half if you're making all the money?" Now she's paying 100. Now she looks like a fool. Do you think that Travis Kelce has to come out of his pocket? Very little.
Hmm.
And here's the question. You rather pontificate that you deserve what you deserve, but you never hear this one quote from any black woman ever. I never heard this quote. You never hear about what they offer and what they earn. What do you offer to a man?
Oh, the table conversation kicks their ass.
I am the table. How dare you, Charles?
Well,
I declare I am the table.
Because the reality of it is most of them don't bring shit except their box.
And most of the time, that's nothing.
That's mediocre as hell for the most part. Mm-hmm.
The same box that you gave a baby daddy to who didn't even have a job, who doesn't take care of the kids. See, when you look at the statistics, the average black woman is going to have her first child somewhere around the age of 24, 25.
Wow.
Most black women with children to baby daddies. That's a statistical fact. It's hard to talk this shit about how great you are when you have multiple baby daddies. Versus black men, that's the opposite. You're approaching damn near 60% of black men don't have kids.
Yeah. But you don't.
Meanwhile, the average black woman has multiple baby daddies.
But you hide the fact to make yourself look good and say, all these, this is the reason why I can't see a Kendra G. And if I had a conversation when she said all these men giving them herpes, why are all y'all sleeping with gay men? Willingly, knowingly.
Wait a minute.
Again, we are a bunch of liars in the black community. We do not like to tell the truth. Okay?
Well,
because if we told the truth, then black women would say it. We don't like using condoms either.
And condoms do not always protect you from herpes either, or HPV for that matter.
And here's the real fucked up fact. From 15 to 19, almost 20, condom use is almost 90%.
Yeah.
A lot of times, those men at the higher ages don't use them because a lot of them are married or in committed relationships. So why would you need a condom if you're only mostly fucking one chick?
Unless you just simply not trying to have kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And most of those guys will tell you, I'm not trying to have kids. So guess what? Black men are open to vasectomies. How many black chicks? Think about it. Most of you have all these kids. 70% of you have 2 or more kids. There are 2 or more men. So, and if nearly 60% of black men don't have kids, which is what, 56, 57%, you got to do the math and the statistics. Something don't add up. So you share men, but you act like it's a whole fucking group of black men because you want to tell the fucking narrative. You want to lie because guess what happens when you say all these black men is making baby mamas? How come a lot of these dudes who get with white women or Hispanic women, they're marrying their women? Did you ever notice that a lot of those guys in interracial dating are marrying their women?
And happily.
And notice when black women date interracially, nobody really marries them. And usually
to ABM's point.
And hold on. Do this, and I'm gonna give you the floor. And then when you notice when they do marry outside their race, they usually marry to a bum. To a bum. To a motherfucker who ain't got a pot to piss in, nor a window to throw it out. A fucking bum. They're married to a. If they get married interracially, it's usually to a bum. The low class trailer park, sombrero wearing, fucking little hut having bums. You don't see too many black. If a black man gets married to outside of his race, it does not matter because he's a man. And most of the time, when he marries outside of his race, it's probably to a woman of a higher class or the same class as him. But when black women do it, it's usually to a bum. We can't even call him a Brad because most of them lost are messing with cheddar bobs. You know, the rejects of white society. They're bums. Because the only time they get put up on a fucking pedestal is on the eyes of a fucking self-hating black woman. They're bums. One of my exes. How come your fucking so-called ex-husband who you haven't divorced yet, her words, not mine, why is he driving your car and you got an Uber? Do you think she would have done that with a black man?
Bishop Bullwinkle? Hell to the nah.
But you got this internal hatred of yourself to be married to a bum and then thinking that because of the skin of his ass that it cures all iniquities of your life and transgressions, that you think this fucking bum is going to be a come up and you could throw him up into a black man's face. And what you really don't like is that black men don't fucking care. That's the reason why when y'all go outside of your race and you talk about protection, guess what? Go to the men you said that are better protectors. Go to the men that you love. That's all.
Yeah. To AB's point earlier about about having children out of wedlock, let's not forget how many of those children they're having from men outside the community or outside the black race. What's up, Dapper Don?
1.1. What's up, Dapper? 1.2. What's up, Most? 1.2 million kids that are fucking born from a black womb were not sired by black men. But y'all don't want to say it. But y'all the most race loyal, right?
Get the fuck out of here. I mean, because remember, they always want the baby with the good hair and the light colored eyes and hopefully light skin. I understand the level because they're thinking they could have a child that could pass for white. This whole thing about passing for white. I understand it, but I understand it from an African perspective. I understand it from a colonial perspective, being what I am.
From a black American perspective, is because one, bitches hate their skin. You get a dark-skinned chick, if she doesn't love herself, she is the most hatred-having motherfucker.
Hateful person, yeah.
Even if she's beautiful as fucking gold on the outside, if a dark skin, and it's not because of her father, it's because of the mama. The protection of the psyche of the kids usually deals with the fucking strength of the father inside. Because the father's not going to stand for her seeing that she's ugly. No matter what she does, he's going to make her think she's beautiful. Black women.
Shout out to Nas.
Black women, no matter what, think that everything and anything should be handled with, either with violence or excommunication. When black men say, no, let's talk to him, even if they have to beat up on his chest, it's got to be settled in a more humane way, which is that they're not beating his face in. But no, this is what happens when you have a fucking community of a bunch of people who really want to commit what? Genetic apocalyptic fucking, what is it? Genocide.
Biological or DNA-based genocide, yeah.
Or you want
or genetic suicide.
Or genetic holocaust.
Yeah, okay. That's even better.
If you really think about it, right? This is the sad part about protection. A man is supposed to protect the family. The man placed the protection of the kids in the woman's shit. Why are my kids not reading on fucking level? Why are my kids subject? Even if you and the man can't make it as a couple, that man trusts you in certain ways while he's making money. You go out and date the worst of us, not the best of us, the worst of us, because you're lonely, because you want a little excitement. And the fucking audacity, what you'll do is, and this is the part that made me and my son's mother almost come to some real serious terms. I'm glad we're at a very great space right now, but god damn it, when Peanut was younger, she dated some nigga fresh out of jail.
Oh, shit.
Making threats. You don't make a threat against a dude like me because you're going to make me horny.
Never fuck with a cop or a cop's family. And that's one of the biggest. That's one thing you don't do.
And I'm gonna make waste of your ass. You tried to cut. Let me. But please hit the Cash App and hit the fucking PayPal, because I'm telling some real cop stories right now. And I'm proud of Angie because she's a better mother and a better woman now than she was back then. You're dating a nigga because I know she was afraid of the motherfucker. The way she acted she was afraid of him. And then this motherfucker would take her phone because I know she was shook. I was, so it didn't faze me. This motherfucker tried to call my mother when Peanut was little, staying with his grandmother for, when she went to get him. Try to disguise her, try to get his sister or whoever to disguise her voice like my mother's stupid. And try to get her to drop off Peanut in some location like she's going to do that. And I'm like, this motherfucker said he's going to kidnap your son. This is what I know you made a fucking horrible mistake. This nigga said, I'm going to kidnap your son and I'm going to do something, the color grape with your niece who's 2 months younger than Peanut at the time, and they were like little kids at the time, which means, guess what? Little kids are adults. You don't do that. So I kindly drove over there when I heard this shit to Angie's house. I had my service weapon on me, unloaded it, unloaded it, put the round back in the magazine. And I said, motherfucker, come downstairs. I said, well, fuck it. You're not going to come up? If you're not going to come down, I'll come up. That motherfucker jumped out the back window. When Angie's brother and Angie's brother-in-law, because that's his daughter, heard about that, they chased that motherfucker for 10 blocks. Why is it that women have such an attraction to the worst of fucking men? Don't get me wrong, doing much better now. But why do you attract such horrible men?
Charles, by telling this story, you're going to probably save a lot of brothers a lot of headaches, and make them realize they got to be more on point when it comes to protecting their children or who's around their children. Thank you for telling this story, because stories like this need to be told, because more brothers have to understand the danger. And now they know there's a lot of dangers out there, but they need to know what the fuck is out there, that they need to be constantly more vigilant now than ever. Thank you for telling the story. But I will say this also. You don't threaten somebody's when you have issue with somebody, threaten their kid. That's beyond that. You're past it. You're beyond the point of no return right there, man. It's your ass right there. Anything goes.
People don't understand. And if anybody want a copy of that, just hit me up on my Facebook Messenger or DM or whatever way you can contact me. I want you to realize something. When it comes to protection, I'm going to say this. When it comes to protection, there are some levels of protection you can't be a conscientious objector.
You can't.
If you don't know what it is, look it up. Meaning, I may have to take a person out. I'm not saying that's every day. I'm not saying that's today or tomorrow. That's a discernment to each and every situation. That's my warning label. But you're telling me, a guy talking about kidnapping we live in such a soft society that there's some motherfuckers just gotta go. All right, man. See you, Mosfet.
Peace.
And you gotta realize that there's a lot of fucking evil out there. There's a lot of fucking evil out there. See, black women think it's a joke, like we're jealous of white men. We're not. A man is a man is a man in every man's face. We don't have the petty arguments like you, but if a white woman comes, y'all get your little scrunchy faces on. You can't tell me with any fucking conviction, any fucking sound thought of what you're doing made sense. But if I'm not bringing drama from women I'm dating to you, why does it always seem like the drama is only one way streets in the black community? And it's not funny. Your studies have been shown that you're the most egalitarian and most trying of dating dudes out of prison. It's one thing if a dude paid his debts to society and cleaned up his life in totality, but y'all don't wait for those type of Negroes.
They want the guys who will double as attack dogs. This is why the phenomenon of hybristophilia needs to be studied further. And of course, not every case is basically hybristophilia. Now, because I know how much people like to throw those terms like that around willy-nilly. But you understand the reason, women will bring in a guy like that is the control. Because remember, that person is in a position of control until she realizes, Cujo ain't playing fair. Cujo ain't going to listen to you all the time. He'll turn on you. But every woman thinks, it's like Beauty and the Beast. Her beauty will tame the savage beast.
No.
Like he wants some King Kong shit.
But you got to understand.
Oh, by the way, King Kong ain't never had shit on you, Charles. I'm just saying.
I hope not, because, nobody needs shit.
Oh, man.
On you. So you got to look at it from very esoteric status.
Mm.
When a person is taking from your soul, because the kid is part of your genetics and your soul.
He's a part of you. He's a reflection of you.
And when they're trying to do harm to your soul or your heart, you ought to protect it fiercely, because if something happens to that child, that means something happens to your legacy. Something happens to your immortality, which is pretty esoteric, right?
Who remembers Samuel L. Jackson in A Time to Kill?
Yep.
Who remembers that movie? That's the prime example of what we're talking about here.
I don't think that a lot of women, when they keep their kids away from the fathers, realize how much danger they're putting their children under.
Mm-hmm.
I have friends who do that shit. And then they wonder why the kid rebels or the kid realizes that your child was abused. Because you're too busy keeping the kid out of spite. Because we know most of this shit isn't because this guy is so dangerous. You're 5 times more likely to be abused in a single mother home than a single father. You're doing it because you're trying to keep them, you're trying to torture the man you had the child by, but you're trying to keep the man that you with now who's simping for you, your little guard dog.
Idris Elba and Daddy's Girls, when he had to deal with the fact that the mother of his 3 daughters was with a drug dealer, a so-called major kingpin, and he had to deal with the fact that he had to constantly fight for custody. Or that one time he just lost it when he found out that that one of his daughters, like the drug dealer, put hands on his kid. That he just he just T-boned, rammed his car into theirs and just went out, and then the whole community helped him.
But yet, why do you date drug dealers? Do you see black men going out their way dating prostitutes?
No.
That tells you
a woman like that's a liability. First of all, a woman like that is a liability at the end of the day. Secondly,
go ahead. That tells you something about the difference in character.
Hmm.
You're willing to date drug dealers, scammers, criminals, and all this shit. Y'all want to have a rebellious streak. See, y'all be like, well, black men date sluts. Yeah, date. No, we don't date sluts. We fuck them, but we ain't dating them. We're not being in a relationship with them. You're in full blown
Mhm.
relationships, having kids, and sometimes marrying these fools. That's a different. When you want to talk about protection of the community, no. What you're really speaking about is that I should have the ability to put my ass on a line about XYZ and not have a black man check me and be on my beck and call to protect me from my own failures. That's what we're talking about.
At the end of the day, it's all plausible deniability. That's what a woman always pursues in anything and everything she does.
You will never have
Plausible deniability.
you will never have a black chick tell a white boy, protect me. You know, I want you to be a scammer or a drug dealer. No. She wants to feel important and will cash app this nigga money just so he could look like the great white savior. Or she will love a bottom barrel Brad.
A bottom shelf? No, he's not even in the. He's not even on the bottom shelf. You're gonna have to go back in. You gotta go in the back, way back in the store, in stores to find him.
Mm-hmm.
He's way back in the storage at the back of the store.
Mm-hmm.
That's how far off most guys are. Y'all remember? Anybody's a fan of whatchamacallit, Family Guy. Y'all remember? Everybody talks about American Bad, but how many people talk about the Cleveland Brown show? That's a good show to explain what we're talking about, even though it's a parody. Cleveland, he had a son, Cleveland Jr., after his wife died. Marries his high school sweetheart, who had kids by a bad boy, a son and a daughter. The son's 5, but the daughter's a teenager. And look who she's involved with. A knockoff Kevin Federline lookalike motherfucker. The stepdaughter Roberta, she's with a knockoff K-Fed right there. What does that tell you? And that character lived up to all kinds of stereotypes about young black females, well, black teenagers at that time.
I'm gonna tell you, it's wicked.
ABM, yeah, Cleveland Brown show is funny, but Rollo was a motherfucker.
Yeah,
Rollo was kind of cool. Rollo was cool, but he had some sense. Cleveland Jr. had some sense, but Roberta, that was a problem. But in that show, you saw what happened, because remember how Roberta and Rollo's dad, because he was in the he's in the show, and how he conducted himself. You saw how Donna, Cleveland's wife, reacted whenever she saw him, because he made them feel a certain way. No good. He was no good, but he made them feel a certain way. Why do you think girls are drawn to the bad boys? So-called good girls. Good men, they don't mess with bad girls like that. And if they do, it's mostly just for a moment, just to have fun with them. But he ain't gonna wife them like that. The ones who do wife a bad girl, they're just, either fools or just inadequate or something like that. That just shows you how limited some men's capacity is, because my question is also, how many people are preparing young men And how many men are being taught what they really need to learn about women so they can make the right decisions and properly vet who they're interacting with? Or as y'all say, how many young men are being hip to the game? How many got fathers who are hipping them to the game, teaching them what this, that, and the third about the truth of all these things? You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I mean, you were hip to the game because of Charles Sr. You had some other uncles who taught you, broke it down to you, so you understood it. That's why it's not enough for, I would say this, it's not always enough for a boy to have a father. You need those uncles as well on both sides of the family. Because your uncles, they prepare you for life. Your father teaches you how to become a man to the best of his abilities, as does your grandfather. But your grandfathers, your uncles, and other men in the community, especially your godfather, you learn from them what type of man to become or not to become. Because you got all kinds of, because you can tell all kinds of characters. You got the ones who stand up. You got the ones who are trifling. You have those who've been through things, and they can prepare you and teach you about what you need to do when the time comes. And there are those who would who could be a bad influence on you. But sometimes, it's just like the parents got to be wise enough to know who is who, and just I don't trust my kid with my cousin and whatnot, or my brother. But there's that one favorite uncle who can talk to you, especially when your father can't get through to you for one reason or another. And the same applies and then this goes both ways, folks. The same also applies for women. Your mother teaches you important things, but you also have to have your aunts as well. And yes, I said aunts, not aunts, because I'm speaking American English here. I'm not using British English right now. So your aunts prepare you for life. They prepare the girls for life. That's why every girl needs to have that cool aunt, but they also have that responsible aunt. Your mom's sisters especially are going to be very protective of you because that's their sister and you're basically their child. They're protective of you. They're going to sit you down and have a conversation with you when they need to. But unfortunately, it's what they're teaching you is the question. Oh, by the way, ABM.
Is it available?
Is he available? I think he's listening. But we were talking about Travis Kelce. Little story about Travis Kelce, just to clarify what I was talking about earlier. Travis Kelce was the center of a reality show back in 2016, and he got involved with, and the winner of it was a woman named Maya Bulberry. She never respected Cleveland. Yes, he did. Oh, you're right. She did cheat. Loretta did cheat on Cleveland with Quagmire.
And then she tried to go back. She wanted to go back.
And how did he say it? How did he say no usually when he was falling out the tub? Oh, no. When he found out about Quagmire and Loretta. But when she wanted to come back, he's like, no.
At some point,
Thank God he took Cleveland Jr. with him.
Because it was, it was devastating. And
it was devastating.
A lot of people don't understand that black men in any type of media, they notice out of all the shows, he had to have the blended family, not the white guys.
But that's when he had his own show. He had the blended family. Because remember, he had to return back to his hometown of Steuben in Virginia.
He had to go have the blended family because this is how white America sees black folks. But they don't say
Mhm.
no. They don't notice they hide the rednecks. They hide the low tier white people. White people's
Well, you
greatest
had the redneck in the Cleveland show, but yeah.
they hide them. See
Mhm.
the difference between our low class, they're praised in our community,
Yeah.
and white communities they're shamed. That's the stupidity of it all.
I had a conversation with Sand Dog a while back, and there was this concepts I introduced him to. I talked with him
Shout out to
because we were
Dapper.
talking about
Shout out to Dapper Dog.
yeah.
Shout out to Dollar Holla. Continue.
Hmm. Like we always talk about negative and positive liberty. There's a concept I think we need to be introduced, and this is where you have to understand how this whole game is being played. Because remember, the late elder Dick Gregory said this is all a game. So as much as we talk about the whole notion of collectivism and individualism, we have to understand that they play with whites and blacks. There's positive and negative individualism, false and true forms of it, as well as negative and positive collectivism. So white folks, they love to put y'all, and it's just also based on what Mr. Nancy said in the funeral home. If you remember that line he get to Bilquis, the Queen of Sheba in the funeral home, where he was like, "My dear, this country tries to convince you that white people are naturally good. So when a white man does something good, does something horrible, it's a good man doing a bad thing. But they also want you to believe that black people are inherently bad. So when a black man does something good, they often like to say it's only a matter of time before that animal shows his real nature." Notice the term, that animal. So it goes to show that white people like to think that they have positive collectivism, while black people have negative collectivism. White people believe that they are positive collectivism. Basically means what one white person does good, it reflects on them positively. While at the same time, that white person can have his individualism. But when a white person does something bad, the white community be like, no, that's his and his only. He's got to hold that L by himself. That doesn't reflect us. For black people, it's negative collectivism, which means y'all, anytime one of y'all does something wrong, the whole community is held accountable because they love to subject black people to collective punishment and hold y'all accountable for the one person's thing, a reflection of that form. But when a black man does something good, they're like, no, you can't have that positive collectivism. Even though black people like to claim that dude is like, what that person does is for them. It's like, no, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. Hell, H. Rap Brown even went further and said, like, black people can never be afforded individuality. They just see you as part of a collective, because if they see you as individuals, guess what? That means they have to acknowledge you guys are human beings. They'd rather see you in stereotypes, in misconceptions and assumptions, because it's easier for them to demonize you and not have to deal with the emotional aspects of what you are. It gives them carte blanche to do the things they want to do to you. And even when you want to be seen as an individual, it's a false form. When I hear a white person say, well, you're one of the good ones. You think they see you as an individual, but no, it's a false form. When they say you're one of the good ones, you're still part of the collective. But you're just, an exception under certain circumstances. And that's the thing I think a lot of people don't understand. That's something that needs to be addressed and looked at more thoroughly. Just like, white people can have both negative and positive individualism, true forms, but it's just a false form. That's why I look at when somebody says, well, I didn't know you were one of the good ones. That's a dog whistle right there for me. And that's a dog whistle for a lot of black people. I mean, I live in Europe, so I got to be careful when I hear people say shit like that, because I understand. When you see me, all you see is my skin, despite, my vitiligo and everything. Hell, some of those white folks are shocked when they see that the white parts of me are even whiter than them. But I'm still black. But yeah, these things need to be addressed and looked at thoroughly. And black women, you got to understand, like, hey, they don't. People see you in a certain light, and you have to come to terms with that. And when they hold up a mirror, unfortunately, you'd rather shatter the mirror and risk 7 years of bad luck than to deal with the reality of things. I mean, if you took a black woman to the fair or to an amusement park, what's the one place they'd rather go to? What's the one place you think they want to go to, Charles, if you took them to an amusement park?
Well, guess what? There's leaps and valleys.
Yeah.
They want to go to the roller coaster.
Yeah, that's one thing. But one place in particular they also want to go to is the fun house. With all the mirrors and everything. They'd rather have a distorted image of themselves so they can see what they want to see instead of what they need to see.
Or look, here's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is, like I said, we lie about everything as black people in this country.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So nobody wants to tell black women the truth. Black women are allowed to live in a false reality where literally nobody else has to. Like, I've even heard Asian people have this conversation about how their parents always told them to watch their step around whites because it's like, don't bite the hand that feeds you type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've literally heard Asian people talk about, all different types of Asian people talk about this, that they get this shit from their parents, this don't bite the hand that feeds you thing. You know what I'm saying? Because, the old saying, the white man giveth, the white man can take it away. Right. Nobody else is allowed to live in a false reality other than black women. There's a guy that's on TikTok, and he's going to be the reason I finally download TikTok, because I want to call his stream and debate him. His name is Johnny Palmadessa, and he doesn't really let you debate. He always mutes you and talk over you and shit. But
right.
I watch him because, first of all, he's kind of funny. He's a liberal. He's gay. He's a liberal. But he's funny. That's why I watch him. But he says repeatedly out of his mouth, black women are one of the most educated demographics in this country, and whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. And he's going to be the reason I download TikTok, because I'm going to get on his stream one day and call him a fucking liar. He's not going to let me talk, but it's still going to be fun. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I mean by they're allowed to live a fake reality.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody anywhere tells black women the fucking truth. This era of the manosphere and shit, this is the first time in American history where, probably since slavery or Jim Crow, where people are telling black women, well, at least you have a segment of black men that speak the truth. The majority of us do not, though. We let black women live a fake reality, and they're too far gone now. Black women do not want to be led. You cannot lead people that don't want to be led. Well, you niggas need to lead. You don't want black men to fucking lead. Well, you niggas don't build. Well, When you're a black boy coming from a single mama home, your mother doesn't have any fucking money. You turn 21, she kicks you out on the street, tell you go get them, son. You don't have no trust fund, no college savings, no nothing. What the fuck do you want to see a black man build? We do not like to have honest conversations. It's always talking points. It's always moving the goalposts, because you want to spare a black woman's feelings. And you're at an era now where black men are just fucking tired of it. It's every man for himself now. And that's just what it is. There's no fixing this shit. Nobody ever tells not even other black women, nobody ever tells black women to shut the fuck up. They talk too fucking much. Everything that can be said shouldn't necessarily be said. And every conversation isn't for everybody's ears. So when Leslie Jones gets on whatever podcast that was or whatever, and she says marriage is slavery, and then everybody claps and shit, and it was white people in that audience also. Black women do not want to be honest, and that right there, that's exactly how they like to see you black women. Unattractive, big, burly. We talked about this the other day, the whole strong black woman thing, and single. And what pissed me off with white folks is white folks would then come with the 13%, 13% of the population, 50% of the crime thing. But who pushes single mother households on black women other than you white folks? It ain't black men. How do you fix the problems if you don't even want to be fucking honest about the problems? Where was all the other black women telling Leslie Jones to shut her big burly ass the fuck up? Nobody, because in the black community, you do not chastise black women. You cannot correct black women. If white people do it, it's racism. If black men do it, you hate black women. So this allows them to live in a perpetual state of, I can do whatever the fuck I want to do. And y'all was talking earlier about how it's a nearsighted thing. You don't think of the long-term repercussions. That's the result of a mentality within the black community that I can do whatever the fuck I want to do because I have a vagina. Well, here you are now. This is the end result of you wanting to do whatever you want to do. You don't want to be led. Nobody can tell you shit. Your daughters are now gangbangers. They're active gangbangers. 90s, early 2000s, black chicks was just happy to be fucking the gangbanger. Now these broads are active gangbangers now. You see this more and more. They're involved in the RICO case. She was the getaway driver. She pulled the trigger.
She was a mastermind.
She was in on the robbery. She took part in setting him up. STDs are skyrocketed. STDs are out of control. Black women don't want to have that conversation. You don't use condoms. You don't want to be on birth. You don't want to use condoms. You don't want to be on birth control. You can't keep your fucking legs closed. But everybody's mad at black men because they don't take care of their kids. Bullshit.
They don't want to get tested for that matter.
Everybody's tired of having the same redundant fucking conversation over and over again. When Charles is going back and forth with Mella, I asked the question, why don't you see black women having their roundtable discussions about what black women need to do? What did Mella do? She ran off the show, ran off the platform. She didn't want to hear that. That's the black community. So that's why I have the attitude that I have now. When you see black women and they want to talk shit, oh, you niggas, y'all like white women, and oh, that nigga with a white woman, ma'am, remember, that's a black man you don't want to listen to. That's a black man you're not going to respect. So why do you care who he's fucking? Oh, you niggas is gay. All these niggas is gay. Again, ma'am, that's a black man you don't even respect. That's a black man you don't want to listen to. Why do you care? Why do you care if he's Theo?
I have his baby, but I don't respect him.
But you will have his fucking baby, though.
I won't let him teach and cultivate and protect his baby, but I'll have it for my own selfish heart. God damn it! You can't.
Let's be honest, Charles. Again, let's be honest. She'll have him for a check.
Oh yeah. Kid can't read, no problem. They won't.
You don't even respect the man, but you'll bear his fucking child so you can get some welfare.
Have control over him in a certain way.
And black men are tired of having to answer for this shit. And this is why I keep saying black men are going to have to start separating ourselves from the rest of these people. You got black people, the old Chris Rock joke. You got black people, then you got niggas.
Right.
Nah, I'm not sitting down and having a roundtable discussion about we black men need to do. No. Those black men need to do. I do my fucking job. Why do I got to answer for? Why should I have to answer for the bastard makers? You go talk to the people that's making the bastards, and that includes the women who goes right along with it. You go talk to them. Don't talk to me about it.
Yeah. ABM, did you hear what I said about individualism, collectivism, all that, and how it's applied to black people and white people?
Mm-hmm.
And how they do, and like black people do this to themselves as well. They hold you accountable because you're part of the collective. You're not an individual at the end of the day. That's what I was saying earlier, and that goes, and this proves my point. They can't see you as anything else but part of a collective, as part of the blob. Even when you try to separate yourselves from others, even when you show that you are not, even when you show you don't live up to the stereotypes. Hell, when I came to Norway, I had to remind myself, listen, in this world, you have two types. When it comes to stereotypes, there are two types of people you got to deal with in some shape or form, and that is people who live up to certain stereotypes and those who believe in certain stereotypes. And I got to be mindful about that, especially as an outsider in any group. So I understand they're going to view me a certain way because they see I'm black. Automatically, they're going to have the assumptions on this, that, and the third. And I have to like learn how to show restraint and work around it, even when they're being disrespectful. Because I know sometimes they're going to ask me questions, hoping to get a certain reaction out of me. And I get you understand what you get frustrated when they say shit like that, fam. It's tiresome and it's frustrating. So you're like, fuck that.
We do it to ourselves, even within black people. Because I say all the time, black women like to be on both sides of the road.
That's why they call fence riders.
You know what I'm saying? It's black men have, so anytime one black guy goes out here and does anything wrong, black men in general have to answer for it. And then simultaneously, you have an attitude of never under any circumstances ever fucking saying anything remotely critical about the women, even when you're dead wrong about something. Like they do the same shit.
She didn't do anything. She was going through some things. Oh, she was on her she was PMSing when it happened. Oh, she's going through menopause. Bullshit. But anyway,
hurt you were saying? Hurt people. Shit like that. But hurt people doesn't apply to men. So when it's a boy who's been molested and then he grows up to be a psychopath because, you know what I mean, he has all this anger in him and shit, nobody gives a fuck.
And what do they say? If a boy got touched by a dude, they're going to see him as a threat automatically because they always believe a boy that got touched on is going to go out to touch children as well, which is never the truth. It's never the point. It's rare, but the vast majority who were touched on, they're not. They're too busy because they know it's wrong. And they're too busy trying to hide that trauma. So they go into self-destruct mode oftentimes. They're too busy drinking themselves to death, taking all kinds of controlled substances just to wish to die because they can't deal with the trauma and they know they're going to get shamed and mocked and viewed as a threat.
Correct. Yeah.
Thank God to RIP to Spetsnaz for that one, by the way. There was a MGTOW named Spetsnaz who passed away about a year or so ago. He said it that boys who were molested, if they open up that they've been touched on, what happens? You're seen as an automatic threat to everybody's children. Because the notion is anybody who's been touched on will go out and will be, touching kids. No.
Yeah.
And you're not allowed to be a victim, because if you were touched on as a kid, they're going to say, oh, you wanted it. They'll question your sexuality and everything, man. They'll mock you. They'll say, how come you couldn't protect yourself? You were a child and you were being coerced or physically, coerced or psychologically coerced by an adult.
Let's call it called.
You're not allowed to have your innocence protected, man.
You were grooming. You were being groomed.
You were being groomed, and you're actually you're basically an accomplice to your own victimization. So you can't be a victim. Like all them boys, remember Eddie Long?
Yeah.
And I know it's wrong for me to use this term, but you understand the insidious of it, how genius he was, but the insidious part of it. He didn't go after those. He didn't start, doing what he was doing to most of those boys, allegedly, until each of them reached the age of 16. Because in the state of Georgia's age of consent is 16. Mm-hmm. That way he couldn't be charged with statutory.
Yeah.
But how many fathers and how many of those boys have fathers? Because Eddie was like grooming those boys, pretend to be a mentor to them and doing all that stuff like they claimed. How many of those boys had a father in the household? And how many of those fathers would have came to see that fool?
Well, it's easy to take advantage of somebody who you perceive as weak and unvaluable. That's one. But then you want that certain weak person to grow older, to grow stronger, and protect you from your inhibitions. It's sad on so many levels, because it's like.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point, Lost. Salute to you, youngin. But you understand that this whole notion about that conversation. Will we see it in our lifetime? And this is why the whole thing about the pedo crap and everything, the grooming thing, is why they don't want fathers to have children. This is why they say men cannot adopt unless unless that man is married. If you're a single father and you want to raise a kid on your own, and there's a reason you want to do that, people look at you like, what's wrong with you? I believe, I think that, children do need a man as well as a woman in their life, a maternal as well as parental figures in their lives. But you notice that, single fathers are better parents than single mothers. I mean, Charles, you're living proof of that.
Oh, yeah. How many times have you seen not just the weaponization, but just kind of the damnation of our community just by how you raise your kids?
Mm-hmm. That's why. And how many fathers get a lot of props?
Very little.
I mean, very little. Dave Chappelle talks about his father. Because his father, William David Chappelle III, or Willie as he was known, both he and his mother, both Chappelle's mother and father, they were both, socially conscious, active in, in the civil rights when they were coming up, but they were also educators. And his father gave him some very important, lessons of life, which is why it was great that, when he was living with his mom in Silver Springs, Maryland, he would go to Yellow Springs, Ohio, spend the summers with his dad, and his dad would teach him all kinds of things to prepare him for life, him and his older brother.
I mean,
it was tragic when he lost his father, But the death of his father is what woke him up when he was going through a tough time, and he realized, wait a minute, my father raised me better than this. I need to get out of here. When he was 19, Willie told him, and when he got his first development deal, he said, always name your price in the beginning. And when things get more expensive than the price you name, get out. Now, a lot of people are going to be thinking, oh, wait, 50 million was enough for you when you walked away from the Chappelle show? That's not the price they were talking about, man. In any endeavor in life, there's a price you have to pay for it. So you have to decide right then and there, what are you willing to pay? What are you willing to sacrifice to make it? Unfortunately, there's a lot of guys who say shit like, I'll do anything to make it. I mean, if you remember Eddie Murphy, when he portrayed Dolomite, and Rudy Moore in that movie was saying, I'll do anything to make it. Be careful when you say that around certain people, because some people look at you like, anything? And now you find yourself in a compromised situation. That's why Chappelle Sr. was like saying, hey, learn to decide what you're willing to sacrifice, and learn when to walk away. Because your freedom is more important than anything. Your happiness is more important than anything. You cannot sacrifice those for anything else. I mean, hell, one of my favorite songs was by Bone Thugs and Harmony. It was called Something You Can't Give Up. There's always something you can't give up to get everything you want, man.
Yeah.
I mean, Charles, if somebody told you, I'm willing to give, you're willing, he says, like, you could achieve all that you want, but you have to give up the cigar and liquor. Would you do it? Would you do it?
Say that again.
If somebody said you could achieve all you want in this world, Charles, but the price is you have to give up the cigars and liquor, would you do it?
If it was something grand like world peace or something.
See? But we all have our vices. But the question is, are we a slave to the vice or not?
And that's the problem. I'm not. And because a person who's a slave to it would not leave it.
Mm-hmm. I know people who can't give up cigarettes, can't give up smoking cigarettes, even though if they were to give it up, they could be able to achieve certain things. Like some people who are like alcoholics. Unfortunately, you got functioning alcoholics out there. Or some people claim to be functioning alcoholics, but not. And notice, folks, how this conversation has evolved. That shows you that we are multifaceted. When we discuss things, you understand how everything just evolves and how everything's interconnected. That's why I'm grateful. I was influenced by Patrice O'Neal as well as Dave Chappelle, because Dave Chappelle would tell you, you got to connect the dots. Or sometimes you got to connect the dots in a way that you see a different picture. Just like Patrice would explain that everything's interconnected. Like when you look at show business, everybody's more focused on the show than the business aspect of that. It's called show business for a reason. Yeah.
This is what kind of demons we open up.
Oh yeah.
Not only do we open
some of us have angels, some of us demons. Some of us have angels, some of us have demons surrounding us.
Not only do they open them up, they let them live there mortgage free.
Rent free, mortgage free.
It's sad, really. Any last words from anybody?
I just want to say y'all ain't shit, never been shit, never will be shit, and God bless y'all for it. And make sure King Kong ain't got shit on you.
I'm gonna say this for my last words. Look, protection, cost is the second rule. Learn how to protect yourselves. Learn how to protect your families, not just in dangerous situations, but also in mitigations, moderate and various things that come up in your life. Never stop growing, never stop learning, never stop caring. Because if we don't help the community in some fashion, they clean up a patch of dirt one day, a year down the line, your kid's going to school under it. You never know when it was time to get out of there. What? You know, this little thing about perfection, needs to be studied, and it will be. So later, folks. And we out.